Okay, we're good. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the regular council meeting of Tuesday, July 28th. With electronic public participation, I'll call the meeting to order and ask if you'll stand and join us in the singing of O Canada.
The true north, strong and free, from far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God, keep our land glorious and free. Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Thank you. Please join me for a moment of silent reflection. Thank you. Item 2.3 is the adoption of the open session agenda. Councillor Yeo.
Thank you, and through you, that the agenda for the open session of the regular council meeting of Tuesday, July 28, 2020, be adopted as circulated and with the following amendments. Additions, item 6.2, deputation by Eugene Munson regarding limited service agreement at Gillis Street. Item 6.3, deputation by Michael Brooks regarding limited service agreement Grove Road. Item 6.4, deputation by Barbara Dunn Prosser regarding maintenance responsibility, Francis Street, East Fenelon. And item 6.5, deputation by Rob Sproat and Bill Ballinger regarding limited service agreement Killarney Bay Road. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Seymour Fagan.
Thank you. Call the question. All in favor? That's passed. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest in anything on today's agenda? Seeing none. Notices and information by members of council. Anyone on council have anything? Councillor Dunn, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. On behalf of myself and some members of my ward, I'd like to give a shout out to all the men and women in blue. We know you. You're our friends. You're our neighbors. We respect you. You put it on the line every day for us, and we love you because you're members of our family. God bless you and stay safe.
Thank you. Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you, I just want to give a shout out to the Bethany Athletic Association for getting a big community park put in for themselves at the Bethany Park. They've done a great job pulling it together, fundraising in the past, and through a Trillium grant, and it's absolutely astounding what they've done in that park in the last month as a community.
It's great. Thank you. Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A GoFundMe page has been set up for Mercedes Brazier. Mercedes suffered a serious injuries in an accident on Heights Road a couple of weeks ago. So the family and friends have set up a GoFundMe page. She's making very good progress in Toronto in intensive care, and certainly hopeful for her recovery. The Lakeview Arts Barn and Globus Theatre have launched a fundraising goal of $200,000. Every dollar raised will be matched by the John C. and Sally Horsfall Eaton Foundation. This will allow the theatre company to weather the storm in 2020 and come back stronger in 2021. So their website will have the information on that, if anybody's wishing to donate to that. And thirdly, I'd just like to thank, again, the Bob Cajun and Area COVID-19 Fund. I'm seeing people that are being helped in the community, and it's certainly enlightening, and it's heartfelt that the support that this committee, this foundation has given to people in need. Thank you. Thank
you. Any other notices? Councillor Riley?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through to you. Just add to Councillor Ashmore, Mercedes Brazier. Her father is Kevin Brazier that works for a number of our arenas, and I believe they're in the neighborhood of about $65,000 so far in the GoFundMe page. And further, it's probably in Councillor Dunn's ward, but maybe you got the notice yesterday. I did move the Food Source is moving from the our ward up to the North Ward, and they're having an open house, I believe, on the August 5th. So, and anyways, and the real good news is that the Maple Leafs and the Blue Jays are back in action.
We'll see about that. Councillor Seymour Fagan, go ahead.
Yes, through you. I would just like to thank everybody in the Bob Cajun area for donating to the COVID Relief Fund, because we've raised almost $200,000, and it's gone everywhere from women's resources to personal people who needed help. So it's pretty amazing what a community can do when we have an issue going on. I also wanted to put a shout out to our tourism department, who has been working tirelessly to make sure that our tourism numbers are up, and I know in Bob Cajun they certainly are. And the fact that we received, as a municipality, $1.4 million at an announcement a couple of weeks ago in Bob Cajun, and we had the Minister of Tourism, Sport and Culture, Lisa MacLeod, and the Minister of Infrastructure, Laurie Scott, announcing this. I think it's really important. It just shows what we can do here as a community.
Agree, thank you. Any other announcements? Seeing none. And announcements by staff? All two of you? Nothing? Okay. We'll move down to item 5, which is the, I need a motion that the minutes of the June 23rd, 2020 regular council meeting be received and adopted, please. Councillor Elmsley, seconded by Councillor Yeo. All in favor? That's passed. We're going to move right into deputations. We have 5 deputations today. I'll just remind all the deputants, they're all zooming in electronically. I'll just remind everybody that if you can keep your deputations to 5 minutes, and then we'll see if there's any comments or questions afterwards from anybody at council. First up is item 6.1, Jesse Dupuis and Lisa Kaffenbaum. Request to purchase the road allowance adjacent to 41 Benson Boulevard in Coboconk. We'll get you up on the screen there, get you zoomed in. There you are. Can you hear me okay?
I can. Can you hear us?
Okay, welcome. Just a reminder, I'll give you 5 minutes, so go ahead.
Thank you. Can you hear us okay?
We can, yes.
Okay, well, we'd like to start by thanking everyone for giving us the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Jesse Dupuis. This is my wife, Lisa, and we're asking that after over a decade of infractions and abuse by a few families, their friends, and extended families, that the path beside our property be closed permanently or sold to us to finally put an end to the turmoil and unreasonable encroachment onto our property, which has haunted us and previous owners and deprived us of our ability to use and enjoy our own land. So we're asking you to address our plea not only as lawmakers, but also as homeowners yourselves. Please understand and evaluate this situation on its own merit and to not leave it unaddressed without a permanent solution. At its core, the idea of home is universal in what every individual wants, a sense of personal space that's private and safe with a comfortable quality of life. Nobody wants to be in a state of constant policing, confrontation, unrest, and disruption in their own home. Unfortunately, this is what we're fighting against, and desperate that council will please take action to help us attain a decent quality of life. Imagine bracing yourself for confrontation on a daily or weekly basis with multiple strangers trespassing in your backyard. It's beyond stressful. A home should be a place where you can relax and feel at ease to enjoy your own property and comfort. Instead, we're in a state of constant anxiety, having to run to find our phones to take photos, document infractions, call the police, call the bylaw office, or worse, brace for altercations with people whom we don't know and worry about retaliation from strangers who don't appreciate us just asking them to please respect our property and not hang out on our dock or our land. Here's just a sample of what we've personally had to deal with from these people, most of whom we think are renters or friends. We've seen a man peeing outside our kitchen window. During COVID, 7 of them were blasting music, putting all their items on our dock. After asking them to please respect our property, it escalated and then yelling back at us saying they weren't doing anything. Lisa has a respiratory disease and she's now afraid to go out on our back deck because of strangers who may or may not possibly be sick and get her sick. They leave multiple boats within inches of our dock left days for unattended, using it as their own personal marina. They bring their dogs off leash, pooing on our property, and a big one chased us and barked at us. They tried coming down our own personal driveway and going to our beach. One tried to learn how to paddleboard on our beach, and we asked them to leave, and they didn't. A drunk man parked on the shoreline, and then when we asked them to please move, he refused. And then just last night, we had an altercation with renters who were told our dock is public property, and we had to call the police to have them removed after multiple times asking them to please get off our dock. We've tried private, no trespassing signs. We've tried everything the police have said. Previous owners have done this too, and it just doesn't work. So a little bit of history quickly. We spoke to our direct neighbors, both of whom have been there for about 25 to 45 years. Keep in mind that our property in comparison has been turned over many, many times. They informed us that they'd be more than happy to see the path closed, as people have been abusing the site for years, telling us stories of seeing people polluting the water, which is particularly upsetting. Everything from gutting dead fish in the lake, dumping cigarette butts, food waste, shampooing their hair, multiple cars being parked there for parties. The enforcement officer we met with recently says he remembers a lot of those issues and felt bad for us. Call the bylaw office is a common phrase we've heard time and time again, and we have. Previous owners have. It's not been a solution for over a decade. We've also heard don't bother and nothing can be done. By the time the bylaw office usually shows up days later, the strangers are gone. It's not like it's just one neighbor to keep track of. There's multiple strangers. It can be scary. We're not aggressive people. We're constantly being put in a position of extreme stress. So we're pleading with council to please take action to put an end to this. We didn't spend a good deal of our life savings to invest in waterfront property that's treated like a free-for-all by people who don't respect us, our property, the environment, or the city bylaws, and nor did we expect that a country home would be more stressful than in the city. In the year and a half since we've been here, we've been very supportive of and enthusiastic of this community. We're paying premium property taxes to own waterfront land and have expended considerable time, energy, and money on trying to improve the value of our land and our life by removing a shack and building a high-end, permanent four-season, environmentally friendly home. We used all local trades, bought local building supplies, and we just want to feel that the city wants to invest in us as new and contributing members of the community and wants to allow us to have a standard of living that all its other residents enjoy and expect. I'm a green building engineer and Lisa's an interior designer. Two professions that inherently promote the importance of living in a comfortable environment, and ironically, it's the one thing we can't have ourselves due to these constant pathway infractions that encroach onto our land and our property. The city clearly owns this path as they maintain it. They put up a fence to try to keep people out of our front yard, and they posted COVID signs. So we hope the city has the power to close it and direct people to the other pathway, which, by the way, is only a few seconds walk up the road. We've been told all different names for the path, an access route, a road allowance, a block, a right-of-way, a bundle, and so on. And our situation is this, pure and simple. There are two paths of grass that lead to water located within seconds of each other. One has caused severe grief for many years to homeowners like us with its misuse, and we would just like to buy it or have it closed. They lose nothing, they can all just use the other path, but we gain something invaluable. We gain the ability to enjoy our land that we have invested in. And just like any of you, we'd like you to please help keep us in your community by making a change and don't tell us that nothing can be done. Something can always be done. We deeply don't want to be another statistic of this property and sell prematurely due to the never-ending fight of the pathway misuse and abuse. At the end of the day, your decision will result in one of two ways: us becoming another statistic like several owners before us selling prematurely, or most hopefully will result in a decision that elicits a positive change for our ability to continue to live and hopefully thrive in what we had envisioned to be our forever home. Thank you.
Thank you for your deputation. We appreciate that. We'll see if there's any questions from council. Does any member have any decision or question? Councillor Seymour Fagan, go ahead.
I have a question. So there's a path further down that people can access that's owned by the city?
Yeah, there is. Yeah.
Right beside our property.
Yeah, we walked it. It was probably, I think, 200 meters. Not even.
How big is this piece of property that you'd like to purchase that's along the water?
It's a little bit pie-shaped. So it's, I think, about 16 feet at the waterfront, and it's maybe 30, 40 feet at the road.
And what were you told before? We don't sell water access?
Yeah.
So then last we spoke to the Realty Services, and they said that first we were told it was called an access path, and then we were told, oh no,
Bundle.
it's not called an access path, it's called a bundle. I don't know what that means. All I know is there are two paths within 30 seconds of each other, and one has just been incredibly stressful, and people can still use the other path. We just want the aggravation to stop. We can't go out on our dock.
Okay. So maybe what I'll suggest, folks, is council doesn't have anything on their agenda, with any information or maps or any background information for this to make an informed decision today. So I think what would be prudent of council is to receive your deputation, refer it back to staff for a report back in Q3 of this year where we can get some background information on this property, the size and shape and what you're proposing. And then you'll be informed of when that comes back to council in the next month or two, and then you can send in correspondence or do another deputation if you wish. But at the time, at least it'll give council some background information to make a more informed decision. So will you move that, Councillor Yeo? Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Elmsley. Any further questions for the deputants? All in favor? Okay, that's passed. So that's what we'll do. We'll get it referred back to staff, and then we'll get a report back with some maps and some more information so council can have a good look. And then you'll be informed when that's coming back to council, and then you can decide where we want to go from there. Okay? Thanks very much for joining us today. We appreciate it.
Thanks for hearing us.
Thank you. Okay, the next one up is item 6.2 on our agenda, which is a limited service agreement for Gillis Street. Regarding item 10.1.9 on the agenda, Mr. Eugene Munson. Hello, Mr. Munson, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Good, we can hear you. Just a reminder, you got 5 minutes, sir. We do have, I think we got some correspondence here from you as well, so go ahead.
Mayor Latham and councilors, my name is Gene Munson, and I am a resident of Gillis Street. As you are aware, municipalities provide services to residents, and it is up to council to be physically responsible without the curtailment of services such as road maintenance. Gillis Street was constructed for public use during 1957 by a private developer contractor, and he gained title ownership of the road property. Gillis Street is approximately 925 feet in length and has 3 owners. The majority owner is deceased, and his last whereabouts and estate executors are unknown. Gillis Street, since the late 1950s, has received both summer and winter maintenance from the former Fenland Township and the City of Kawartha Lakes. We have written confirmation on file supporting the completion of road maintenance. There are 13 residential properties generating over $40,000 in tax revenue. It is obvious that the road maintenance costs are more than offset by existing and increasing property tax revenues. A formal LSA was never entered into due to the legal majority owner of the road being deceased. Lloyd Nelson, manager Public Works, indicated in an email dated June 9, 2010, that an LSA would not have to be signed and that summer and winter road maintenance would continue on Gillis Street as in the past. Also, the then acting Director of Public Works, Jeff Seaton, provided written confirmation that the maintenance would continue on Gillis Street without an LSA agreement. Copies of the correspondence have been forwarded to Councillor Doug Elmsley and City Kawartha Lake staff. On October the 9th, 2018, Robin Carlson, City Solicitor and Chair of the Land Management Committee, held a meeting to review options for Gillis Street ownership. Neither the City of Kawartha Lakes or Gillis Street residents wished to acquire a vesting order to obtain ownership of the road. Agreement was reached to leave the ownership of the road as status quo. On December the 11th, 2019, Ron Taylor, CAO, Doug Elmsley, former Deputy Mayor, and Mr. Robinson held a meeting with the residents of Gillis Street. The purpose of the meeting was to work towards an agreement relative to snow plowing and grading for Gillis Street. The following action items were discussed and agreed upon. Item number 1, Ron Taylor, at the request of Doug Elmsley, agreed to search his files for pertinent information on private roads from the law firm of Russell Christie that could be applied to the Gillis Street situation. To date, we have not been informed of any information. Item number 2, Ron Taylor was to prepare a letter to Russell Christie, barristers and solicitors, requesting permission be granted to Gillis Street residents to deal with Russell Christie. To date, this item remains outstanding. Item number 3, Mr. Robinson was to revise the LSA for Gillis Street. To date, we have not been presented with a revised LSA. The new municipal act states that long-standing acts of road maintenance performed by the municipality prior to January 1st, 2003 will be grandfathered. Gillis Street has a long-standing history of municipal snow plowing and grading, coupled with long-term public usage. Gillis Street meets the new municipal act criteria to have the continuation of municipal snow plowing and grading. With reference to Mr. Robinson's council report on Gillis Street, we found the report to contain misleading and incorrect information. Due to time constraints today, I will only address a few of the numerous false statements. Mr. Robinson states, however, the farm was then transferred without transferring title to the private road. This statement is completely incorrect. The late Norman Smith, the current registered owner of approximately 700 feet of the road, purchased this section of land from Alan Gillis on May 23rd, 1957, and proceeded to develop and construct Gillis Street. Mr. Robinson states the city requires a signed agreement to protect against liability as we work on private property. Mr. Robinson continually makes reference to the subject of liability, and we have explained numerous times that the city, private contractors, and residents all carry liability insurance, and it is the price of doing business in today's world. To date, the city of Kawartha Lakes has never experienced a liability lawsuit on a Class 6 road. On July 16th, 2019, Doug Elmsley, former deputy mayor, stated in a council memorandum that there are no liability issues associated with maintaining services. Mr. Robinson also states the city is currently providing limited maintenance to a private road without legal authorization to access the lands. The city of Kawartha Lakes and its contractors have the legal right to access Gillis Street. Gillis Street is a forced road open to the public and used by the public. Refer to Russell on Roads, law firm's authoritative composition on roads. Mr. Robinson states the resources allocated to this road could be redeployed to other municipal services if council wishes or chooses to do so. This would improve cycle times for the remainder of the roads on that route. The cost and time savings would be minimal, if any. We challenge Mr. Robinson to complete a time and cost savings analysis on this matter. This past winter, a total of 2 snow plows, a large plow and a small truck with a blade, plowed Wagger Road and Gillis Street, whereas in the past, only the large plow was utilized. Therefore, we request that the council report be withdrawn. Prior to council making decisions relative to Gillis Street, we request Mr. Robinson correct all misleading and incorrect statements in the council report. In summary, we request that the city of Kawartha Lakes continue to provide snow plowing and grading on Gillis Street as grandfathered in the new 2001 Municipal Act. In addition, we recommend the services of Russell Christie Aurelia, legal specialist in municipal law, be employed to explore the continuation grandfathering of snow plowing and grading on Gillis Street as it relates to the 2001 Municipal Act. Also, in order to reach an agreement between the city of Kawartha Lakes and Gillis Street residents, we request that consideration be given to extending the proposed deadline from September 30th, 2020 to late 2021. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Munson. We'll see if there's, get a motion to receive the deputation, please. Councillor Helmsley and O'Reilly. Are there any questions for the deputant? Councillor O'Reilly, go ahead.
Just for clarification, this is a private road?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, Deputy Mayor O'Reilly, it is a private road. The first section of the road, 700 feet, is owned by Norman Smith, who has been deceased for decades and his whereabouts is unknown. And two other portions of the road, 100 feet, is owned by Colin Coffins, the adjoining farmer. And the end of the road is owned 125 feet by Nigel Mole.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Munson, your request of council is to extend the deadline for the coming into an agreement with the city to enter an agreement to maintain services of Gillis Street. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Mayor. And we would ask the deadline be extended into late 2021. And we also recommend that the services of Russell Christie Aurelia be employed to explore the continuation and grandfathering of snow plowing and grading on Gillis Street as it relates to the 2001 Municipal Act.
Thank you. Councillor O'Reilly, follow up?
Thank you. Just a follow-up. If one of the options was to get a limited service agreement, would the folks on that road be prepared to bring it up to a municipal standard?
This is a Class 6, through Mr. Mayor, this is a Class 6 road, and it meets the standards for a Class 6 road. And when they looked at doing an LSA back in 2009, the city of Kawartha Lakes did a survey on the road, and it met all standards for the road. And they stated at that time we could proceed with an LSA. However, as we were not the legal owners of the road, we couldn't sign the LSA. And it was agreed, as mentioned in my deputation, that it was agreed with the city that we didn't need to sign one at this time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Munson. We have a motion to receive. All in favor? That's passed. Mr. Munson, that report has been extracted on our agenda by Councillor Helmsley. So if you want to stay tuned, we'll see what happens when we get there. It's a ways down in our agenda, but I appreciate you taking the time to share your concerns with us today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move down to item 6.3, which is limited service agreement for Grove Road, item 10.1.11 on the agenda. Mr. Michael Brooks. Welcome, Mr. Brooks. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you well. Can you hear me okay?
Excellent. We can hear you okay. Just a reminder, you got 5 minutes, sir, and we do have your correspondence. I was referring to correspondence on the other one, but we have your correspondence as part of our package, so please go ahead.
Terrific. Well, I'll try to be brief. I have timed this at 5 minutes, and I think there's been maybe a little bit of a development since then. So again, I'm Michael Brooks. I'm the president of the Cameron Lake South Shore Residents Association. That's an association inclusive of the residents and cottagers on Grove Road, Gardner Shores, County Road 8, and Red Wing and Oriole Streets as far east as the Fenland Falls Marina. And I'm speaking today about item 10.1.11, which, as mentioned, is the limited service agreement for Grove Road. I'm asking the council to renew a limited service agreement with the Grove Road residents through our association. And I would say that we're prepared to make an accommodation to the roads department to do so. We currently enjoy the equivalent of an LSA, and we want to move forward to formalize one. In the letter that I've submitted, there are a couple of photos just to illustrate for council members what Grove Road looks like. And I would maybe summarize it in a few points. Number one is Grove Road is about a 100-year-old cottage road. It was built fairly narrow. 2 cars cannot easily pass unless one pulls into a driveway, but only in the forested part, which is about a third of it. It's the eastern third of it. And it's basically County Road 8 to Hughes Point. I call it Upper Grove because it's about 15 feet higher than the lake level. And so there's a bit of an embankment on the one side, and it's heavily forested through there. But having said that, trucks generally have no problem going down the road, including the septic tank pump trucks, lumber delivery trucks, furniture and appliance delivery, pickups with trailers, and we have garbage collection trucks go down our road, full-size ones. And of course, in addition to the regular resident traffic. I am aware of a recent garbage truck operator complaint of brush encroachments, and I think that goes to the core of the concern with the roads department. As far as I can tell from memory of current residents on the road, it's been continually plowed and graded for at least 50 years. And actually, I was kind of started coming to this lake 50 years ago. That's how old I am. But there are some families who've been there actually longer than that, multi-generational family. So I've also consulted them on these points. There are a few pinch points in the Upper Grove Road area where in the forested part where brush and trees have grown over the years. And in a few cases, there are pinch points between, say, a hydro pole and a 100-plus-year-old healthy tree. It may be just 4 meters wide or slightly less. Since I've had a couple of walkthroughs with roads department personnel, I've personally gone down the road with my trimmer. Welcome to the president's job. Personally walked down the road with my trimmer and trimmed back branches that I can reach that I thought might brush up against vehicles. And many of our residents have also trimmed back bushes and tree branches. But I've limited ability to go on people's private property and trim bushes. I have no ability to tell people to move gardens or destroy them if they are perceived to be an impediment. Grove is also an easy one-way trip. You enter off of County Road 8, you exit the other end at Burnell Road back onto County Road 8. So it's a straight shot for a grader or a snowplow. Maybe it's 15 minutes at low speed end to end. You don't need to back up for any service provision. And there are some places on the road where the traveled road doesn't quite follow the survey. It encroaches on people's property and probably vice versa from time to time, but it seems to work well. And as I say, it's been there for 100 years. As I've said, I've tried to trim back bushes, but I'm personally unable to reach 5 meters in the air if there's tree branches over. And so it is a concern about what to do. But I have a proposal. I would ask the city roads department to help me to clearly mark trees and brush needing cut back or removal. Maybe an agreed scope of work could be worked out between us. We will then hire at our own expense a local tree removal company to trim and remove any healthy tree pinch points on city property at our cost, and to do so regularly when needed in the future. If we could have this comfort of renewal of our limited service agreement with the city. We've got limited reserve funds in our association, so that's why I'm thinking if we could have an agreed scope of work, and if I could clearly know which tree is in the way and would have to come down, then I think I could go to a tree removal company, engage them, have the work done maybe this fall. And then hopefully that'll clear the way for a limited service agreement with the city. So that's really it. I want to thank Councillor Elmsley for his support of our association over the years, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you for your deputation. We appreciate it. We want to renew the agreement and look after your road as well. We just, so you would be asking that Roads Department work with your association to agree on a scope of work, and obviously would extend the deadline from September maybe till spring to give you some time to get into the agreement. Is that basically your ask of council at this point?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's funny because there's some residents who we haven't seen this summer, COVID fears. I may not see them until the spring. So, you know, if there is some encroachment that the Roads Department is adamant have to be moved, it may take me some time to actually communicate with them. And so that's why I think late spring next year should be enough time to do this.
Perfect, thank you. I'll just get a motion from council to receive the deputation and the correspondence that's with it. Councillor Vail, seconded by Councillor Richardson. Are there any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, all in favor? That motion's passed. Your report has been extracted by Councillor Elmsley for later in the agenda, so we'll see what we can do working forward on that. Thanks for sharing your concerns with us today.
Thank you all very much. Have a great day.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move into item 6.4, which is maintenance responsibility of Francis Street East in Fenelon Falls, related to item 10.1.8 on the agenda. Barbara Dunn Proser, hope I pronounced that okay. Prosser, sorry. Barbara Dunn Prosser. Hi Barbara, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you so much. It is Prosser, thank you.
Okay, well you can hear me and we can hear you okay. So just a reminder, you have 5 minutes, so I'll turn it over to you. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Latham, City Councillors, and fellow attendees. My name is Barbara Dunn Prosser, and today I am representing the property owners of 202, 206, 208, and myself 210 Francis Street East in Fenelon Falls regarding item 10.1.8 on your agenda. That is maintenance responsibility. My purpose is to persuade council to continue to maintain and service this section of the street. All of these properties were originally on a street called Concession Road, which originated at the Fenelon Cemetery and continued downhill right to the water. In 1978, County Road 22 was developed, and the topography of the land and this part of Concession Road was greatly changed by the elevation and construction of this new road. Concession Road was closed at the top of the hill where County Road 22 begins, and our 4 properties were given numbered addresses on the newly created section of road called Francis Street East. This is not a driveway or a laneway. Rather, it is the road that leads to each of our respective driveways. Until amalgamation, and in keeping with past practice in regard to Concession Road, this new section of Francis Street East was maintained and serviced by its joint owners, the village of Fenelon Falls and Fenelon Township. Culverts were cleared, weeds sprayed and cut back, the road was graded, snow was plowed, and a street lamp was installed in the 1990s. Although the owners of these properties are not currently full-time residents of Fenelon Falls, until approximately 10 years ago, both 202 and 206 had been the permanent residences of the Macmillans and the Hamiltons for nearly 20 years. The Kelly family at 208 is now in its 4th generation, having purchased the property in 1936, and one member of this family has been living there since March of this year. My own property has been in my family since 1930, when my father, Harry Moore, purchased this entire strip of land. All of us make use of our properties through the winter. All of us are now senior citizens with hopes of more extended living in these second homes in the near future. We consider ourselves long-term part-time residents of Fenelon Falls, paying our taxes faithfully, some of us for over 80 years. We receive minimal services in return. We don't have municipal water or sewer service, and garbage is no longer picked up from this section of Francis Street East, but only from County Road 22. And we all must continue to have our properties serviced by hydro, propane, septic, and general maintenance vehicles at all times of the year. I do recognize that the biggest expense for the city of Kawartha Lakes is road maintenance, simply because of the geographical area over which this municipality extends. But please consider that this section of Francis Street East is not a very long road. Expenses saved by the city by discontinuing maintenance on it would be minimal. But such a discontinuation would place an unreasonable burden of expense and organization on established taxpayers by requiring them to maintain a public street that does not, in fact, belong to them. This is a situation which was unilaterally imposed on them by the change to a long existing road layout. I know that there is already some support for the dismissal of this proposal, and I very much hope that Council will recognize the responsibility of its ownership for continuing the maintenance and servicing of this road.
Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts with us today. I'll get a motion to receive, and we'll see if there's any questions. Councillor Elmsley, Councillor Seymour Fagan, are there any questions for the deputant? I have a quick question. Did you mention that Miller Waste does not come on to Francis Street to pick up your garbage? You have to take it up to the next road?
That's right. We used to have the garbage pickup on this little section of road called Francis Street East, where our driveways are. But now we must take it to the top of the hill, which is County Road 22.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, we have a motion to receive. All in favor? That's passed. Your report has been extracted on our agenda today, so we'll have a look at it, we'll have a discussion, and we'll see what we can do. Thanks for sharing with us today. Appreciate it.
Thank you so very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you. We'll go into item 6.5, which is another deputation, limited service agreement on Killarney Bay Road regarding item 10.1.10 on the agenda. Rob Sproat and Bill Ballinger. There they are. Hello, Robert. How are you?
Very good. Thank you. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. We can hear you okay. You can hear me okay. So just a reminder, you got 5 minutes. I'll turn it over to you. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. I spent a bit of time trying to work with the screen to get rid of the double chin, but it doesn't seem to be working that well. I just want to mention Bill Ballinger is here, but we're social distancing, so he's not on the screen. You've got me. So good afternoon. I appreciate the opportunity to say a few words. My name is Rob Sproat, and I'm the past president of the Killarney Bay Cedar Point Association, which is basically a road association that represents the private portion of Killarney Bay Road and Cedar Point Road, which is also a private road. These two private roads are almost 100 years old and have historically had full road service from the township of Fenelon and up to the amalgamation of the townships to create the city of Kawartha Lakes. And even then, since amalgamation, we've received continuous snow service and grading. And for the record, we've always been more than willing to have our roads become assumed by the city of Kawartha Lakes, but they don't meet the requirements, and we don't have the physical ability to actually meet them. So down the road, it would be nice if there was a process in place for the city of Kawartha Lakes to assume historic roads that don't have the ability to come up to the standards of today's roads. Since the arrangement of this deputation, it looks like we've come to an agreement with the Public Works Department, and that, oops, I'll take them off. We've come to an agreement with the Public Works Department for a limited service agreement. Nicole Sampson, the new president of the association, and Brian Robinson have worked together actually very hard over the last couple of days. And we're very close to actually getting the LSA and hopefully having it signed off by property owners required in the near future. So I just want to extend a thanks to the Public Works Department, Brian Robinson, Nicole, and Doug Elmsley, who's always there to help us through these tough times. That's really it for today. We look forward to finalizing this agreement. It might be nice if there was an extension. I know that the report being tabled today that talks about end of services as of September 2020. Just anticipating some concerns going forward. An extension would be nice, but it looks like we're well on our way to having a limited service agreement.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Can I just ask what kind of an extension you'd be comfortable with? It sounds to me like you're well on your way to an agreement. Are you end of October, end of November, end of the year? What would give you a comfort level? We all want the same thing, so we don't want to rush it if it's going to take a little longer, but do you have anything in mind?
Why don't we say the end of the year? I'm hoping we can have something signed and in place in the next month would be our preference, but anticipating worst case scenario, why don't we say the end of the year?
Okay, thank you very much. I'll get a motion to receive the deputation. We'll see if there's any questions. Councillor Ashmore, seconded by Councillor Elmsley. Are there any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, all in favor? That's passed. Your report, Rob, is extracted on our agenda, so we'll have a conversation and we'll see what we can do, and we'll go from there. Thank you for taking the time to join us today.
Thank you.
Say hi to Bill for us.
Will do.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that's our deputations. We're going to move over to presentations. Item 7.1, our first presentation is the city response to the COVID-19 pandemic relating to item 7.1.1 on the agenda. It's a presentation by Ron Taylor, Chief Administration Officer. You're up, sir. Go ahead. I won't put you on the clock. You gotta put your mic on. It's not on.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear now? Sorry about that. My pleasure to provide an update, sort of a monthly update to council on the city's response, sort of initiatives, updates on service, how we're delivering service, and some of the day-to-day operations or decisions that are occurring. And this is no different. This is about the fourth update, I believe, that's been formalized and given to you. I can't believe it's been 4 months and counting. I don't think we're out yet, but I think we're heading in the right directions overall. This presentation, I've deliberately titled it consistently as City Response because I think it's important that we still acknowledge and look at sort of two phases, if you will, to this pandemic. There is a response, and it requires certain decisions to be made and services to be done. And we're working within a number of constraints that I know you're aware of. But at the same time, I think all of us want to start turning our minds towards recovery and what that looks like and how we're going to deliver things into the future based on learning and experience through the pandemic, and then just simply moving forward to make sure we get our community back to where we need to be. So I am going to stick to my notes because there are some updates that I want to make sure that you have. Bear with me for 1 sec. I just want to make sure. There we go. So I always want to remind sort of where we are in terms of the provincial and local states of emergency. As you know, the province formally declared a state of emergency on March 17th. That provincial state of emergency ended just recently on July 24th. In doing that, though, the province did pass the Reopening Ontario Act, which is new legislation to provide them with flexibility to address the ongoing risks and effects and managing the pandemic in the response phase. And so essentially what that new legislation does is it extends orders that were already in effect under the EMCPA after July 24th, and it allows for updates on 30-day cycles to those orders. What the province cannot do under the new legislation is pass new orders. So they would have to declare a state of emergency if they wanted to issue any new health orders, but they are permitted to amend them, the ones that are currently in place. And then as part, previously, they released a framework for reopening the province. That was back in late April. I know you're aware it was a 3-stage process. It was regionally based as one factor. And then it also looked at certain services and businesses that could open under various parameters. So stage 3 reopenings for some services in certain health unit districts, including us in Kawartha Lakes, entered stage 3. That was effective July 17th. So we've got a couple of weeks under our belts. In stage 3, most businesses and services can open, subject to full compliance with various health protocols, occupancy limits, and even local health orders. Some general highlights beyond sort of the type of services, indoor gatherings, that limit increased to a maximum of 50 people indoors, and outdoor gatherings were permitted to a maximum of 100 people. And ongoing sort of review that continues, our childcare centers, they were permitted to increase their occupancies. That was effective yesterday. But having said that, now they're actually looking at the implementation and the practicality of that. And if any of you are parents, I know you appreciate that schools, the province will be looking and making certain announcements guiding those reopenings for the fall later this week. I mentioned a local state of emergency was declared by the mayor in March 24th, 2020. And that local state of emergency ended as well last Friday, July 24th, concurrent with the provincial state of emergency being lifted. Locally, we still lean on and rely on the health unit to inform protocols and various sort of detailed approvals, not just for us, but for any private businesses as well. They will provide guidance and advice. They still retain the ability to issue orders independently. And so, for example, one order that they did issue recently was mandatory masks in commercial establishments, and then they subsequently updated that very quickly to expand on all places of business or facilities that operate indoors and are open to the public during stage 3. So, tried to consistently update you on services that we're able to open either because of the stage that we're in or based on managing and balancing our financial sustainability, our staffing resources, and also just general constraints that in some cases make certain services, I'll say, impractical to open, at least in the early days. And so this is a long list now continuing of what we've done in July or are planning to do in the next couple of days. So Somerville Landfill opened July 3rd. That was the last of all of our landfill facilities to open. Phase 1 court reopenings were effective July 6th. Outdoor playground and play structures and equipment opened on July 17th. The Lindsay Recreation Center pools opened July 20th through limited registration in advance. Library curbside pickup service expanded to an additional 6 branches the week of July 20th by appointment, and that was throughout the city. And permitting of certain play fields and ball diamonds began July 24th, again, subject to demand and also efficiency or what constraints were in place for those respective teams or organizations. So just to highlight a couple of items that I listed there, the POA office and court remains closed to the public. Lindsay's Ontario Court of Justice and the Superior Court of Justice are included in that phase 1 court reopening that I mentioned, but it is extremely limited in the early days. So critical criminal and family matters that cannot be done remotely by audio or video are being heard in person, but again, very scheduled and very tight in terms of opening that up. I mentioned the pools opened up for the summertime, and certainly based on the heat conditions throughout this summer in particular. Again, we were encouraging opening those public swimming facilities, and we've done so at no cost up to the end of August to provide for that relief. And we're going to slowly expand on those hours of operation heading into August as well. And I mentioned many of the library branches, 4 originally, and an additional 6 were now opened up recently. So where are we heading? A few other areas, and again, based on stage 3 reopenings. Fitness classes at the Lindsay Rec Center will begin on August 10th. Again, it will be subject to protocols, health protocols, as well as registrations. The gym that's there, the fitness equipment, we are targeting the end of August to open that space. It will also be by registration and with certain restrictions. The Lindsay Arena, so the ice pads in particular, there's 2, are targeted to open on August 17th. That would be subject to demand and polling of use. So we think there's a high demand enough to at least start with that core facility, and then you'll see later on some recommendations about rolling out the rest of that particular portfolio. There is a demand for larger spaces or halls, and you will recall I just mentioned previously that the occupancies are permitted to expand up to a maximum of 50 for indoor activities. And so in tandem with starting to ready some arenas, we thought it would be prudent to look at opening a couple of halls, at least initially, to gauge and sense demand for those. So we are proposing the Fenelon, Emily O'Meemy, Little Britain, and Lindsay halls that are inside those respective arenas to be available after August 4th for bookings. And again, we'll monitor and sort of see where it makes sense, business sense, to keep those halls open, certainly in the early days if there are further health restrictions. And we're also targeting 1 to 2, I term it a multifunctional service center, so slightly different maybe than our conventional service centers, but really looking at a couple of controlled venues to start to expand on interface with the public, whether that's for sales of certain items or for payments, or also just for appointments for advice or interaction with our staff, whatever that may be. So we're targeting later in August, early September to open those up. We're currently reviewing sort of what would be the constraints and restrictions from a health perspective. And then heading into the fall season, so September, October, we would be recommending preparing and readying the arenas that I mentioned, where those halls would be opening potentially. So starting beyond Lindsay with Fenelon Falls, the Emily O'Meemy, and Little Britain arenas. And then we'd like to target reopening those in September, but that will be, in my mind, very much subject to sort of demand and uptake and use based on the constraints, again, that are there currently for public gatherings, for how teams can interact, and so on. And I think it's prudent that we start there and we sort of gauge uptake, but at the same time, what we are hearing is that we need to commit to something so that community users, teams can at least look at what their needs and actual sort of commitment would be. And then again, once we are satisfied that demand is met for those, the next phase would be potentially looking at other facilities. And Woodville and Manvers were ones that, based on some just preliminary interest, and then potentially moving forward, we could bring online subject to that additional demand. And it's not explicit in the slide, but as you can appreciate, I really would discourage consideration of opening up all of our arena or community centers in the immediate term. I really think we do need to look at what constraints are imposed both on the public and us as the operator and provider. And I can assure you that doing this is going to come at a cost. We are going to have to heighten cleaning protocols. We are going to have to heighten staffing. So I think a slow and steady approach and just testing it as we go forward is, in my mind, the most prudent approach, at least in the immediate term. Also in the fall, it's expected that provincial offences, in-person court matters, they'll remain closed up until at least September 11th, but I know that the Crown and the province is looking at starting to expand on court operations after September 11th. As of right now, community halls remain closed, but we are initiating active review, particularly with our volunteer management committees that do support and manage those respective facilities. We want to get advice from them. We want to look at what are the protocols, what makes sense, again, to open up based on physical distancing restrictions, occupancy restrictions, and so on. So that's something that we will review, whether we can start to open some of those facilities slowly later in August. That would be the target. The Armory remains closed until at least September 1st for support field hospital if necessary. So that's an ongoing agreement that we've entered into with Ross Memorial Hospital in the event that extra space is required to support the hospital during the pandemic. And in the very immediate term, city administration buildings remain closed to the public. And so next, Mr. Mayor, if I could briefly, I'd just like to touch on municipal recovery, but really with that, sort of where we're heading fiscally. And so very recently, and I hope you can appreciate, this presentation has actually changed about 5 times over the last week, just simply because of daily announcements that have come out of the province. Pleased, though, to advise that the federal and provincial Safe Restart Partnership funding, it's really an agreement between the two upper levels of government, has been entered into for municipal recovery. The details are being finalized, and I'm expecting that we will know much more, as the province is suggesting, in the next couple of weeks. But collectively, they announced $4 billion in one-time emergency assistance to all Ontario municipalities over the next 6 to 8 months. That number is actually larger. Some are provincial funding supports for pandemic recovery as well. The $4 billion commitment, again, details to follow, really is split almost in two, $2 billion plus or minus. I appreciate these are big numbers, is for transit systems. The other $2 million, or $2 billion, sorry, is targeted generally as shared funding for other municipal relief. And that ranges from general operating relief in year, as well as some additional transit, social services, and public health investments. From a city standpoint, we've been consistent and continue to update that our continued internal target for 2020 would be to break even or to try to minimize the deficit. It is a bit of a moving target because, as you can appreciate, it's based on what services start to come online, what are the costs associated with those, and also as we go further with restrictions, revenues continue to decrease as well. So quite recently and sort of at mid-year, and also targeting or forecasting the remainder of the year now based on what we know for general service delivery. We're targeting about a $2.5 million net deficit. That's made up of, again, a number of factors. We're looking at about a $4.5 million reduced revenues forecast to year end, and that's across the entire city in all program areas. About a $3.3 million reduction in expenses we've already done and will continue to year end internally. So that would be non-essential spending. And also in the earlier days of the pandemic, we had a number of staff that were offline, or laid off, or not returning because the services weren't operating or opening up. And then underlying with that, we've costed about $500,000 specifically to, I'll just term it, premium expenses or additional expenses not budgeted above and beyond, solely for pandemic response. So examples of that would be enhanced cleaning, where we either need to do contractual work or have our cycles of cleaning increase dramatically. Also some PPE expenses for frontline staff. Those are the types of expenditures within that. And then just in the base budget itself for 2020, we had originally targeted certain efficiencies and reductions in the budget, and we've obviously shifted that very immediate into the 3.3 million response. We'll continue to look at those as best we can to the remainder of the year. But if those were to remain, then we've got about a $2.5 million deficit targeted. And so with that, Mr. Mayor, I'm just going to conclude, but happy to answer any questions. We want to continue to track and comply with all provincial orders throughout this pandemic. Our planning cycle, as you had seen even with services, is up to Thanksgiving with a sort of slow and steady approach. And I know you appreciate that we can't just turn a light switch on to get some of these services up and running. It's a matter of balancing sort of those budget deficiencies, but also our resources. So we've continued to limit our core sort of staffing complement, and we have continued to suspend non-essential spending. So all of those strategies combined are requiring a really slow and steady approach. Corporate and service delivery reductions will continue, as I mentioned, into the fall. And certainly the top priority has to remain health and safety of you and public and staff. And so we'll continue to do that. We will be compliant with all health issues, orders, or instructions. And again, unless directed otherwise, we really want to continue to challenge all departments to continue on this year with a zero deficit target in mind for year end at 2020. So thanks for the opportunity and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. We'll get a motion to receive the presentation, Councillor Helmsley and Dunn, and we'll get a few questions. Councillor Helmsley, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the CAO. On one slide, it talks about using the halls at Fenelon Falls, Manvers, Woodville, Little Britain, maybe. And in the next slide, it says we're not opening the halls for now. I'm just looking for clarification. Are we opening those specific halls, and the ones you say we're not opening community centers, meaning we're not opening all the rest right now? I just...
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thanks for the question and good for the clarification. The halls I'm specifically referring to there, I'll call them arena halls. So they're ones that are explicitly within the Fenelon Falls Arena, the Emily O'Meemy Arena, the Little Britain Arena, and the Lindsay Arena. And so again, they're larger halls. Because we're opening those facilities or looking to target those first, it made sense because we've got utility costs, we've got staffing, there's preparations that need to address the entire space, made sense to start there. When I say community halls, those are separate and distinct. Those would be ones not within an arena. They are our smaller community-based halls like Janetville, for example. Okay.
Councillor Dunn, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a little bit of confusion on slide number 8, I think it was. Yeah, when I add 4.5 and 5 on the bad side and 3.3 and 700 on the good side, I come up with $1 million projected deficit. Can you tell me whatever happened to the other 1.5 million, or where's it going? It's just the numbers don't add up for me. Yeah.
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Mayor, so you're correct. Maybe I'll work in the reverse, just based on how the numbers are listed. So on the bad side, we're looking at about a $5 million deficit. So that's the $500,000 plus the 4.5. On the plus side, we've started to work backwards from that deficit, 3.3 million in reductions immediately. So that gets us to, where am I at now? 2.7, 1.7? Right, 1.7. And then we also we don't have the additional 700K found yet for additional reductions in the base budget. So you have to actually add that 700 to the problem, if you will. So really it's a $5.7 million deficit, and now we've found 3.3 million to date.
So it actually totals 2.4, but rounded it off to 2.5.
We're spending the same $700,000 twice. We're identifying it as a potential savings, and and subtracting it, just because we haven't identified the $700,000 savings doesn't mean it becomes an additional cost. I mean, it's a bad number anyway, and I know we're going to deal with it. That's why I'm not terribly concerned. Like it's just that when you look at the numbers up there, we're projecting, assuming that council does their job and finds their $700,000, we're projecting a $1 million deficit. If we don't find that, then we should be projecting a $1.7 million deficit, not a 2.4. We can't use the $700,000 twice. That's all. But, you know, bottom line is we're going to do our very best to reduce it. I just found the numbers confusing, that's all.
Are you, any further clarification or?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. No, I thought it was important to flag it because it was directed by council to balance the budget. So in a normal circumstance, we would be, or in a normal budget year, we would be trying to find $700,000 in general savings across operations. And so because of the pandemic, quite frankly, we were forced to find some of those savings, and to date, we've done $3.3 million. I just didn't want to shy away from the fact that if we want to balance the budget, we should still account for additional $700,000 in savings beyond also trying to find additional monies to make up for the revenue shortfall. So that was really the intent of providing it.
Thank you. Councillor Vail.
Thank you. Just some clarification when we're talking about arenas. So on that slide, you've got September and October for the certain arenas that have been looked at subject to demand. So are we saying that some of those arenas may not open if the demand isn't there, that we're simply preparing them to be opened?
Thanks for the question. So through you, Mr. Mayor, what we're saying is that we want to prepare for those 4 initially so that we can commit to opening some arena facilities and then allow for community groups, users to formally book those spaces. And so when I term demand, I mean, again, now we need to hear from those different leagues if there is truly the ability for them to ramp up and start. And so the recommendation, we thought we would choose geographic locations that sort of spread out over the city generally. And again, I think that's going to be the initial uptake. If we don't get demand to meet those 4, I can't imagine that we would have the ability to get demand for other facilities down the line. I think we need to start with these 4 and have all of our groups and organizations book accordingly. I think what I'm saying then is after that, if there continues to be demand, or as we go into the fall, the restrictions are loosened and there's more demand and interest, then we should be preparing and targeting additional facilities. And the recommendation would be start with Woodville and Manvers as the next facilities to do that.
Okay, so start with 4 for sure, regardless, and then we're going from there. That's what the plan is.
Again, through you, Mr. That would be the recommendation. And I should have said, it's not only just a matter of, so demand is critical.
Yep.
But maybe we'll talk through it through the report a little bit more, Mr. Mayor. But the other factor, quite frankly, is readying these facilities, doing it cost effectively and resourcing them. Again, whether it's cleaning and supports or staffing them. And I can tell you that we are constrained. And so doing this in a slow and steady phase type approach and based on the demand will just allow us to be more cost conscious.
Okay, and I just wanted to confirm that point too, that the user groups are going to have an opportunity to firm up the preliminary requests that they've already put in. Is that's correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct. We would formalize bookings.
Because I think that is a huge concern for most of the user groups out there right now, because a lot of the OMHA, junior hockey, none of that has been sanctioned yet. So they're kind of sitting in limbo, waiting for that, waiting to see what we're going to do. I guess the other part of that is these facilities, do we have a protocol plan put in place for the facilities that we're going to start to open and then move to, that can be publicized and start to share with these groups? Because again, I think that goes to what their actual demand or needs are going to be, right? If OMHA comes out and says, yes, we're going to sanction minor hockey this year, but the city of Kawartha Lakes looks at our facilities and says, we'll only allow people on the ice, right? As some other municipalities have, that there's going to be no people in the stands. That affects, if you're the parent of a 6 or 7 year old, I don't think you're going to drive up to the arena and leave your 6-year-old off at the door and then come back to pick them up, right? I'm just guessing that, you know, some of those people that they might be committed now, when they see some of those protocols, may decide to take a year off, which will greatly affect the usage of some of those facilities. And I don't want to see some organizations left in limbo where they're committing to something and they're going to be held to and puts them in a financial jam for next year. I also don't want to see us open facilities that end up sitting there empty, costing the taxpayer money because the usage isn't there and the information just hasn't been put out publicly.
I think those are some good questions for the report, and I'll come to you for the report next, because Craig Shanks will be on board, our Director of Community Services, so he can maybe give you some guidance on what the protocols are. I think our user groups are going to have to be they're going to need some flexibility, but we're going to need to be flexible as well, as, you know, so we're not sitting with a bunch of arenas that aren't being utilized, but we certainly want to meet the demand, but try to do it as cost effectively as we can, right? So we can have a good discussion with Craig on that in a minute. Councillor Ashmore, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the CAO. Just a couple of questions on the state of emergency. This is what we've been living under for the last 4 months. And I'm just wondering if you could clarify, and I don't expect if you can give me a 100% answer, because I don't think anybody does have a 100% answer, but if, and I've been asked by people this, and I'm going to ask the question, if the state of emergency has been lifted, then why do we still have emergency powers given to certain agencies, specifically those who are unelected agencies? Are we still living under, what exactly are we under? Is it Bill 195? Is it the EMCPA? Or yesterday I got an email from our MPP saying that we're under Section 22 of the Health Protection and Promotion Act. I haven't even looked at that. So what are we actually living under right now? Are we? It's very confusing for people.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the councillor. It's a great question because it is very confusing. I would agree. The I'm going to get the acronym wrong, so let me just go back one. So the EMCPA Act always remains in place if a declaration of state of emergency is made. So that's what kicks in when either the province or the mayor or council declares a state of emergency. So that's the legislation, if you will, that would be worked within. The provincial declaration lapsed on July 24th. So you're no longer under that umbrella legislation. So that is why they passed separate and distinct legislation in this case to continue to manage this pandemic. And so that legislation, it's called Reopening Ontario Act, is much more focused. So it's not your conventional emergency management type legislation. It's specific to the pandemic. It basically recognizes those existing orders that were in place up to the time of this new legislation, and it allows, I think it's the Lieutenant Governor and Council to amend those orders every 30 days. Obviously, it would be at the advice of the government. And so that needed to stay in place from a provincial standpoint. And it's really to manage those ongoing orders. But again, it's very clear that the government cannot pass new emergency orders under that new legislation. So hopefully that helps, at least from the provincial perspective. If the mayor or council declares a state of emergency, again, the EMCPA allows for then the mayor to issue local orders to manage any emergency. In our case, for this particular emergency, although the local state was declared, there were no local orders that were issued by the mayor to manage this pandemic. Separate and distinct, there is the Health Act. I won't get the terminology right. You quoted it. That drives public health. And so consistently, the public health official or officer is empowered through that separate legislation to issue orders to manage health matters locally. And so in this case, that order was issued, for example, for mandatory masks to be worn locally. So that is not an order that was done provincially. That was done through the medical health officer. Hopefully that helps.
That helps, thanks. I guess you said the key word, manage. So manage, we just want to know who's managing us now. So it's gone from elected officials to non-elected. Now I'm hearing the Lieutenant Governor. So I'm not going to go any more further than this because it's getting scarier every time I hear it. And it's very, very concerning as to how things are evolving. We certainly have MPPs that have, I guess the beauty of being in municipal politics is that you don't get whipped. And what I mean by that is you don't have a party whip that tells you what to vote for and to ask a question, to speak your mind, whereas unfortunately in the MPPs, a couple of them have been whipped and they've been thrown out just for asking questions. So anyways, the second question is, through you, is page 6 of the service centers. You refer to that. Would we have maybe split into 3 service centers? Like, could we have one for the south, the central, and the north? Or is that something that you're looking into? Or that might work better, like geographically, at least have one service center in each section of the city so people can come in one at a time?
So through you, Mr. Mayor. So we want to start by targeting one, basically get it online, pilot it, but in terms of then expanding out on that footprint, I think to your point, our objective would be to do it geographically, but in some cases, maybe beyond a couple, there are some other building limitations or there's just logic in co-locating certain functions so that we maximize sort of our cost containment, if you will. So that's my sort of long-winded answer of saying there's 1 or 2 service centers that I think we would want to bring online. We're really targeting, I think the Cobeconk Service Center would be first for later, so we have some service in the north and during sort of this season in particular. I think the next space. We wouldn't be looking for sort of multi-functioning administration centers, though, where we're now have a lot of staff and we would be having a lot of public sort of all in the same spaces, because we just can't guarantee or manage physical distancing, or there'd be a number of retrofits that would be needed to spaces. So likely a next would be somewhere in the south area, which potentially could be the Omimi Service Center. And then again, I think we want to look at as well, how are we doing with some of the other functions? So we've seen payment online, I'll just use as an example, increasing dramatically and has been well received. So we want to continue to encourage those additional steps as well. But be a slow and steady. I think we'll have one open in August, and then going into the fall, potentially one or two more geographically based.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Vail, you had a follow-up?
Yeah, just while we're on the topic of service centers, so based on financials and where we're looking to save more dollars, and the fact that the service centers have already been closed for 4 months, right? And to your point, you've seen an increase in online payments and everything as a result of that. Would it not make sense, rather than to open a service center, than to look at another avenue where the same thing could happen? So I look at the library branches are starting to reopen slowly based on protocols and everything else. So based on the geography of the city, you basically have a library branch at every corner, east, west, north, south, central, or whatever. Would it not make more sense to make use of the resources that we already have, and that an individual could go into a library and make a tax payment if that's what they absolutely had to do, or purchase a dog tag, or so on and so forth, rather than opening up separate facilities or whatever to accommodate that?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I appreciate the question and the distinction. I mean, I do appreciate sort of that is another underlying intent. But again, having said that, really any sort of service delivery where there's changes that might be permanent down the line, I'd want to make sure, number one, that they're endorsed or approved by council. We're trying to look at it. The reason I mentioned Cobeconk Service Center, I'll use as an example, is because it is a multi-functioning building. A library branch could open there. And so even though I'm suggesting it's a first service center, it would be done, I would think, in tandem with some of the library services that would be opening up. We still are going to have discussions down the line as we start looking at bringing services online about how they are staffed formally and managed, and that's both through the library board as well as, you know, through our bargaining units and staff and so on. But I don't think that consideration of starting to consolidate certain functions where we haven't traditionally, that certainly is not off the table, but I don't think what we're proposing in the immediate term prejudices that discussion going into the fall for council.
Okay. Councillor Yeo?
Yeah, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. Yeah, a place like Cobeconk, on that note, would basically fits the bill. It has a library, it has a service center, it has public works offices, and it has cemetery board offices. It's kind of a multi-use building for sure, and a community, small community hall. Question to the CAO. Somewhere in here, and I can't pinpoint it, but you talked about, or maybe it was an email, but anyway, you talked about getting together with the committees, management committees of buildings and parks and stuff. And I raise it because when you're talking large venues, Ward Park in Norland is probably second only to the Armories in Lindsay, and it is a new management board. So at what point will that management board be allowed to open under the same regulations and stuff as the city buildings?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So as I'm to understand, our community services staff are reaching out now and into August to work with each volunteer management committee to see what are the constraints and limitations. We're also doing that in conjunction with advice, health advice, and so on, so that we can, similar to the question that was raised about arenas, establish sort of a base, here's a policy or here's the rules of engagement in the immediate term. What we don't want to do is transfer, if you will, liability or burden on those volunteer management groups to try to manage these requirements. We're the owners, so we want to make sure that we do it properly and that they are resourced properly. So I don't think we have a specific schedule to say, you know, we're only going to open 1, 2 at a time or whatever. I think we want to initially reach out to all of those halls and even just gauge, number one, are they sensing that there's demand? And number two, are they willing to continue to function under the current sort of constraints of those spaces? So again, we will be reaching out proactively over the next month to all of them to just sort of gauge what can be done.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions on the presentation? Seeing none, we have a motion to receive. All in favor? That's passed. Thank you, Ron. Appreciate that. We'll move down to item 7.1.1, the Service Delivery Pandemic Response Report. Councillor Vaile wanted to take a crack at that and had a few questions. I'm just going to ask if you can bring Craig Shanks on board, and if there's any questions directed at specifically toward arenas, you can direct them at Craig. There he is, got his tie on. Welcome, sir. Can you hear us?
I can, thank you.
Okay, we can hear you. So, Councillor Vaile, did you have a motion or did you have some questions you wanted first?
I've got some questions first, if I could.
Go ahead.
So just with the arenas opening, Craig, so further to Ron's report, so the target would be to prepare and open 4 and then have others prepared at a later date?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, that is correct. So the plan is we are 100% positive that we have enough demand for the 2 pads in Lindsay to open mid-August, so that August 17th date. We are preparing to open up the 3 more to cover geographic regions in what we'll call the Northwest and East, being Little Britain and Fenelon Falls and Emily-Omimi. And we are, again, very, very positive and optimistic that we have enough ice demand to be able to go ahead with that. So that will be in that early, middle September timeframe, very similar to what they opened in the past, somewhat staggered based on the past. And then preparing to open up 2 follow-ups after that, being Woodville and Manvers. Based on the initial ice allocation requests, it's very positive that they would be open. We are confirming that, and I know that Council and the CAO has addressed that through the CAO's presentation. So we are confirming that, and to your question earlier, there is still time, and we are hopeful of confirming that further with the various user groups to understand exactly how many pads that we need. But there is a strong potential that those other 2 will be required, and that will be based on demand, and the opening of them will be, again, staggered based on what the demand is. So to answer your question, it's a simple yes. We are moving forward as is proposed within that presentation, and currently right now for some of them it is more of a preparation to ensure that we're ready to open when the demand calls for them to be opened.
Thanks, Craig. So protocols for those facilities, do we have them in place currently, and are they at a point that can start to be shared with user groups?
Through you again, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, there are protocols in place predominantly right now for the opening of the Lindsay pads, April 17th. We're calling that sort of phase 1, stage 1 of the openings, and that will run till the end of the month of August. So not a long period of time, but 2 months. And there are protocols that will be followed around that. So users of the facility will need to come dressed. Dressing rooms will not be open. There will be seating arrangements to ensure that spatial distancing is happening when they're within the facility. as well as there will be enhanced cleaning, and the user groups that are interested in renting the ice in Lindsay for that 2-week period are aware. All of the other user groups across the city that have been contacted about ice allocations at all the other various arenas are aware that there are protocols in place and that protocols are still being finalized with the health unit and the other appropriate agencies, and that they will be in place and will be shared well in advance of the groups prior to those facilities becoming open. That includes having every rental group having a COVID appointed person as part of the group to manage the various functions of number of people within a facility, use of various areas of the facility, making sure people are staying distanced apart. So yes, again, to answer your question, there are protocols, some in place, some still being finalized with the health unit, and the various rental groups are aware that they are either finalized or are still coming and will be shared with them as soon as they can be.
Do you want to put a motion on the floor?
I'll move it as printed.
Okay, will you just read it, just so the public, anybody listening in doesn't have it in front of them, knows what the motion is that we're going to discuss?
That report CA 02020-006 City Service Delivery Pandemic Response be received. That staff be directed to prepare and open the Fenelon Falls, Lindsay, Little Britain, Emily, Omemee, Woodville, and Manvers arenas for the 2021 season, and that the Chief Administrative Officer be authorized to continue to work with all city departments to further reduce 2020 budgets through continued service suspensions and reductions where appropriate and feasible to target a year-end zero deficit budget.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Vale. Somebody want a second? Councillor Richardson, thank you. Any further comments? Councillor Vale, you're good? You'll sum up. Councillor Richardson, go ahead.
Great, thank you. Through you, I'm in agreement that I believe the slow and steady approach is the way to look at this right now, especially with the MHA not actually putting out their complete framework of how it's going to operate. So some of our local user groups aren't sure of what ice they're going to be firmed up because we don't know exactly how the season's going to play out. So I believe that us going forward and using that compromised position of, you know, we're working with you and you're working with us is a great way of doing the framework moving forward. So I'm in agreement.
Did you want to add, Councillor, we were going to add just in there that staff be directed to prepare and based on demand, open the Fenelon Falls, Lindsay, Little Britain. I think that's what they're working on regardless, but just put it in there for clarification. You're okay with that? Are you okay with that as a seconder? Okay. Any further questions? Councillor O'Reilly, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Craig. I think Councillor Bales touched on it, but we got the OMHA and the OHA haven't even decided, basically, whether they're going to have hockey this fall. I think one of the obvious reasons is liability. Are they going to be able to get liability with COVID-19? So if people are, and I talked to one minor hockey system on the weekend, and they're not even sure if they're going to go ahead with minor hockey this year, and I know some of them obviously have their requests in. So I guess my question would be, depending upon the protocols, actually at the arena, for example, I've heard, for example, if you go into, we'll say, the Lindsay Arena, you can correct me if I'm wrong, you're going to have to come dressed to the arena, and you're going to have to go in through the south side of the arena, not the front doors, because that's where we're likely to be going in for the pool. And you'd also have to come dressed, and you'd also probably put your skates on, probably on the bench or on benches beside it. And so those types of things would maybe have a fairly major influence, as Councillor Bale said, on younger people, but also other groups as well. And so I guess I'm just wondering, and the other obvious question is for the arenas that aren't opening, if they got demand for ice and they don't get ice that's suitable for them, or they don't assume it's suitable for them, any idea how that would work? Just some questions.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, yeah, there's a bunch of different questions or thoughts in there, so I'll try to address as many of them as I can. So the protocols for the Lindsay Recreation Complex facilities for the month of August, when they open until the end of August, is that users must come dressed in their hockey gear, hockey equipment, obviously save and except for their skates, their helmet, and their gloves. We don't expect them to walk in with that stuff. And as I mentioned earlier, there will be locations within the ice pad arena that are stationed so that people can sit down and put on their own skates, have their skates tied up if they're of the younger users, finish getting ready and go on the ice to allow for social distancing. So that is correct. That will be put in place. And that will last until, for the time being, until the end of this month. The hope is that sort of stage 2, phase 2 will take place during the month of September, and some of those other things will be able to be opened up, whether it's the use of change rooms or whatever. But we've got a protocol in place for the original stage, and then we are preparing for an eventual movement onto stage 2. When it comes to the use of facilities, you're correct that there are a number of the provincial federations, associations that oversee the sports, so sport bodies, that have not quite set their protocols for returning to full play back in place yet. Again, that's being worked on now. We recognize that leaves some of our local user groups in a bit of a bind right now for what their hours of need will be. That's why we've asked for their original request. Staff are waiting until after today to get a firm understanding of the direction of council before we go back to them to get their final allocation request, at which time we will put together an allocated schedule and send out their contracts to them, at which point, once we will have a deadline to them signing their contracts and getting it back to us. And that's the time that we will start to put ice in to the various facilities, because until we have a signed contract, it's not 100% confirmed that we have X amount of hours rented at whatever the facility might be. So to cover Councillor Vale's comments earlier, again, we don't want to put in ice into a facility that's going to sit there and remain empty. So we will require those contracts signed back, which will allow us to put in the ice. It's understood that that date is still going to potentially be earlier than what they have a firm understanding of what they require, and we'll have to work with them. They'll need to be understanding, as will we, and we will try to do that. From a standpoint of the other facilities that are not scheduled to open or might not open, the intent is that the requests from those groups can be accommodated in our other facilities. Obviously, it's not going to necessarily be able to be accommodated to the exact hour and day. So there might be a group, for example, that typically uses 8 to 9 on a Sunday night at one facility, and they need to use 9 to 10 in a different facility on that Sunday night. On occasion, it might be that a group has to change both hours, dates, and location. So staff will have to work with those groups and try to put that in place. And that is going to be a challenge for staff over the next sort of 2 weeks to a month. But that is the commitment that staff is going to try to make. And we are hopeful that the user groups will have an understanding and some flexibility to be able to do that with us. But there's no doubt there is going to be some challenges throughout this process to make sure that those groups that truly require and want ice have the ice. And that's sort of the process that we're going to go through, and why the demand opportunity or rationale is there. But to cover the CAO's point, it really is the facilities that have been chosen for now are for a number of reasons, many of it because they've got halls that will be able to open to it and are attached to it. So it cuts down on some of the staffing requirements that are there. But it's also a big part is the geographic region within the city. So we're trying to cover off those east, west, central, north, eventual south areas. So there's a whole number of rationale for why the ones that have been selected, and we're certainly very hopeful that that can come to be. Part of the rationale is all of the why the ones being left to be closed is also because of the rationale of what their potential use will be. So I know the CAO talked about the Armory being used as a field hospital up until September 1st. Well, after that, they have still advised that they require a different facility then. So, and it needs to be close to Lindsay. Well, so Ops and or Oakwood are potential options for that are somewhat close to Lindsay and certainly on a highway that leads right into Lindsay, being Highway 7. There's also a need for the city to provide a space for LPAT hearings moving forward. They were originally scheduled to be in the Victoria Room at City Hall. That's no longer going to be feasible. So potentially by leaving a facility closed and really open it only for that purpose would be permissible. And that could be, again, Ops or Oakwood facilities with the community halls that are there. Bobcaygeon Arena is staggered start anyway, so it's not until much later in the season anyway. So we might have more answers by what we're doing as it relates to that facility. So there's rationale to it all, and I'm kind of rambling, so I apologize, but hopefully I've been able to try to address the various comments or questions that you may have had. And if not, please follow up and I'll either answer again now or I'll send you an email if required.
Thanks for that, Craig. So I guess the challenge will be for you when the people start saying they're going to have ice time this fall, if they're prepared to go from one of the arenas that aren't going to be open and see if that's suitable. So good luck with staff. That's going to be a busy fall for you folks. And I don't believe there's been any update, maybe through you or to the mayor, on the application from the Ops Arena to the province. I don't think anything's been finalized one way or another. So I guess we won't know that either. So thanks for that, Craig.
Nothing's been finalized on that yet. Quick question, Craig, just as a follow-up. I assume as part of those protocols that as a public facility, anyone entering or leaving these arenas will have to wear a mask. Is that correct? Under the current legislation anyways, until that changes.
To you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct. The various protocols that are put in place by the province will exist. Now, some protocols are a little bit different for recreational style facilities, arenas, and pools, for example, but masks within various sections within those facilities will be required. And yes, they'll have to follow those protocols. Just like when I mentioned earlier that a member of the rental association will be the COVID sort of assigned person for that facility. They're going to have that attendance login so that in the event, knock on wood that there's not, but in the event that there is somebody that has contracted it, there can be a follow-up and a tracking of who they may have been in touch with. So all of those protocols will be in place to try to cover off all those things that fall right in line with the provincial guidelines.
Thank you. Is there anyone that hasn't? I got a couple of follow-ups. Anyone hasn't asked a question that has one? Councillor Veil, I'll get you to do your sum up, okay, in a minute. So I'll just go back to Councillor Richardson and then you can sum up. Go ahead.
Thank you, and through you. It's just a quick question to Craig. The communal kitchens in these community centers, under my understanding, still have to remain closed, don't they? Under the health unit?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. Yeah, the only kitchens that will be open will be for those that in halls that are being rented. And again, those have been specified through the CAO's presentation as to which ones will potentially open up. But you're correct, and it goes to the same thing to Councillor Yo's question during the CAO's presentation in relation to the Volunteer Management Committee managed community center, standalone community centers that we have, is that once they're permitted to open, it will be based on the various provincial and health unit guidelines that are there. So yeah, we won't be changing or bending or breaking any of those guidelines, and the various committees that act on the city's behalf from a management standpoint will be following those same things.
Okay. Councillor Veil, you want to sum up? Go ahead.
Sure. So I think opening these facilities in a staggered manner is responsible. Just based on some of the comments there, I guess what I'm really hoping is that maybe we can push some of these openings back even further, just recognizing that for these groups, my understanding, OMHA isn't meeting until late August. So it's likely going to be September before they have an answer from OMHA and junior hockey and forward, right? So hopefully we can open the one center and maybe delay some of the others and give those groups an opportunity to really finalize some hard ice numbers.
Okay, everybody's clear on the motion? That's your sum up? Thank you. Everybody's clear? We'll call the question. All in favor? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you for that. Thank you, Craig. Appreciate it. Good luck with piecing all that together over the next few months, but we're here if you need us. Let's take a quick 5-minute break. We've got a lot of long agenda today, but let's make it a quick 5 minutes, and then we'll come back and hear a presentation from Brian. We good? Okay, we'll call the meeting back to order. We'll go to item 7.2, which is sanitary sewer collection system. We have a presentation. It's relating to item 7.21 and 7.22 following the presentation on the agenda. I've got Robert McPherson, Water and Wastewater Technician, but I believe Director Robinson is going to give us the presentation, so go ahead, Brian.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Council. I want to provide an update today prior to the following two reports on the agenda to have a discussion about sanitary sewer backups. Back, if Council recalls, there was a resolution brought forward in relation to the backups we had at the north end of in Lindsay in Ward 5 on January 11th of 2020. This presentation is supplemental information in advance of the two reports that are coming forward. I'll back up just briefly here. So effectively through the report, I'm just going to go through a brief background of what is a sewer, maintenance, the issues related to those, to maintenance of sewers, inflow and infiltration, which short term for I&I, what are they, what examples and so on. I'll talk a little bit about our sewer use bylaw, legal connections, and then round up with some costs and challenges for disconnection and so on. So I'll walk through that as quickly as I can in this presentation. So effectively, what is a sanitary sewer collection system? It's a series of pipes that transport sewage from a home to a treatment plant for treatment and then effectively disposal into a water body. Types of sewers, we have sanitary sewers, storm sewers, combined sewers. So within the municipality, we do not have any combined sewers. There are municipalities around the province that do have combined sewers that have sewage and stormwater in the same system. And incredibly expensive to treat all that water, as well as there's mandation for municipalities to actually separate those systems, so it's incredibly expensive. Within CKL, we have about 55 or a little over 54 kilometers of sanitary sewer piping within our 6 wastewater systems in the municipality. Sanitary sewer pipes, sanitary sewers, most of them are gravity fed. We do have some force mains within the system as well. They're designed to self-scour, so effectively the minimum design flow is looking at the amount of flow that gets into the pipe and the elevation or the slope of the pipe is to target that between 0.67 and 2 feet per second, 0.67 meters per second of flow. And really the intention of that is to for the flows to take any of the solids that are within the line and flow it down through the sewer system. So obviously then gradient alignment are critical to the design of the sewer systems. Systems are designed to allow a small amount of inflow and infiltration at 0.62 liters per second per hectare. Those are, I'll get that a little bit further detail on that in the presentation. Those are related to provincial guidelines and design guidelines. So typically sewers are made from PVC, vitrified clay, AC or asbestos cement, and concrete. New systems installed are typically all PVC sewers, unless you get to a larger diameter, which we typically switch to concrete. Maintenance, again, annual cleaning and so on. Typically done by flushing. We have a picture of a flushing there. I don't think that's typically in our system. I don't know too many of our operators with cowboy hats. That's another issue altogether. We flush the systems with high pressure water that pulls the debris that may be stagnant in lines and any other buildups out of the systems and brings it to the plant. We have manhole repairs, grouting, and modulock and so on. The modulock are the rings that the lids sit on. Sometimes those degrade over time and allow infiltration into the system, so we have a program to patch and repair those systems. We place rain bladders into those manhole lids. What happens every now and again where roads will surcharge, the water will directly flow into the manhole lids, so we put bladders to install and underneath the lids to prevent the water from getting into those systems. We do CCTV inspections every now and again. CCTV stands for closed circuit television. It's effectively a small camera that goes down into the sewer that takes a picture. There's some camera footage in the presentation we'll be able to see in a second here that effectively shows us where those anomalies or discontinuities are within the system. Pictures are a little bit difficult to see here, but again, we get into repairs, so they're less common than water main repairs. Water main repairs are obviously very evident when a water main breaks. The sanitary sewer is not quite as obvious. We can have full breaks and partial collapses in sewers, but the sewer will still flow. So until there's a blockage or something, they're difficult to identify. So what we can do to help find some of the challenge areas is we can do smoke testing. What that is blocking off sections of the sewer, filling the line full of smoke. And if there's a cross connection or a storm connection tied into the sanitary sewer, the smoke will go out that lateral and we can find it. We have done some smoke testing with some relative success finding cross connections to our system. The thing with the sanitary sewer is, for the most part, it requires a complete excavation in order to do a repair. So common issues with sanitary sewers is really inflow and infiltration. Identification of leaks is a challenge. Again, only cameras, we CCTV the areas where we know there's a challenge or we know there's an impediment in the line. Illegal connections by private homeowners, so most residents don't understand the bylaw, they don't understand the difference between sanitary and storm. So they may run a downspout from a roof lead directly to the sanitary line for ease, or reroute their sump pump in their basement. Instead of going out the sidewall, they'll reroute it into the sanitary sewer. Those are the kinds of challenges that we deal with on a regular basis. Common sewers, again, blockages from improper usage and outside environment. So we can have roots infiltrating into sanitary sewers. We had a fairly significant blockage recently where there was a significant amount of grease built up in one of the new sanitary lines out on the northwest trunk, where we had to go in and clean that area out. And again, it's just from improper use and disposal of materials into the sanitary sewer. So inflow and infiltration, again, this is some of the kind of more technical lines. I'll skip through this one relatively quick, but again, OPS guidelines allow that kind of 0.037 liters per millimeter per diameter of line per 100 meters of sewer pipe. Our own CKL specification comes from the Ministry of Environment, MECP, Conservation and Parks design, which is the 0.26 liters per second per hectare. That's an allowance that we provide into the sewer for I&I when we're doing designs. And the ministry actually notes that approximately 15 to 20% of wastewater treated at water pollution control plants typically comes from I&I. So interesting note is the calculation on the bottom. This is a 2017 estimate from a company called Norton Engineering that estimated that 1 liter of second of I&I can represent a cost of about $95,000 a year to the average municipality, and that's for pumping, for treatment, for all the the impact related to the infrastructure. So it does add to the cost fairly significantly. The photo there is a manhole, and you can see the water flowing down the left-hand side of that manhole. It's infiltration into that manhole. These pictures, again, they're somewhat difficult to see. The one on the left, again, is that same manhole. You can see the water pouring through the side of that manhole. There's the top right picture is a picture of a lateral connection where you can see pure, clean water flowing out of that on a consistent basis. Again, it's either an inflow or an infiltration on that private lateral. And then at the bottom, you can see a hydraulic pressure on that sanitary line actually spurting water through a connection on that sewer. So those are the kinds of challenges that we see within the sanitary system. So really, what is I&I? Again, inflow and infiltration. Infiltration is groundwater that enters through the holes or cracks in manholes, laterals, and sewer pipes. So it's not an immediate response. So what that would be is if you have groundwater flowing through the ground, getting into the system, and then eventually getting into the sewer, it's a slower response. The true challenge into what happened in January is inflow. So that's water from rainfall or snow melt that enters the sewer system through direct sources such as yard, roof leads, downspouts, cross connections, storm drains. So that is truly the immediate pressure to the sanitary systems when we have some time of a rain event. I'll forward through here. So when we get into, this is the sources of I&I. So again, inflow would be roof connections, uncapped cleanouts, storm cross connections. connected foundation drains, and faulty manhole covers and so on. Sources of infiltration, broken side sewers, faulty laterals, root intrusions that allow water to filter into the lines, cracked and broken pipe, and deteriorated manholes. So those are the kinds of sources that you would see on a typical sanitary sewer system. So these are cracks. Again, a couple more pictures, difficult to see within the presentation. That's a crack with calcite buildup into the pipe, where it's intruded and start to encrust on the inside of the pipe. And the other system is, again, you can see a bit of an inflow and infiltration on that line there. Blockages on the top left, you can see a tree root, and then 10 months later, you can see that same tree root. So you can see how quickly a line getting into the sewer or a root getting into the sewer can cause a backup or blockage. The bottom left is calcite buildup within a pipe. You can see, out of I don't know the diameter of that pipe, but it's pretty well 90% plugged or blocked. And in the picture on the right-hand side, you can see calcite forming within a sewer from infiltration to that sewer. So those things, what you see in those previous blockages, when we have a high rain event or a high storm event, that's typically what leads to sewer surcharging. And you can see on the left-hand side of the sewer lid being blown off its lid because of the surcharge, and then a couple of flooding incidences there as well. So illegal connections is a challenge for all municipalities. So you can see here just examples of where it's coming from: illegal roof drains, sump pumps, foundation drains connected to the city's sewer system. Those are all, manageable or avoidable sources of water for the sewer system, but are evident in many different areas around this municipality and really across the province. So this is a challenge for us to deal with. I'll get a little bit more detail on that in a minute here, but sewer use bylaw. So in 2016, the sewer use bylaw was updated. I'm going to go through this relatively quick, but it's really just a strategy for us to establish the requirements for use of our sewer system. So it provides framework for what we need to have, how users are permitted to put limits and peaks of effluent into our system. Responsibilities. This is a key piece of the bylaw. So CKL is responsible for maintaining the sewer main and lateral to the property line in accordance with the applicable acts and regulations. The key piece here is that homeowners are responsible from the property line to the house, including costs related to maintain, replace, relocate, inspection tees, access points, and all internal plumbing, as well as ensuring their effluent meets the parameters as defined within the sewer use bylaw. So that is a piece where most homeowners, I think they flush the toilet and they don't think about it, but ultimately they're fully responsible for everything that enters the sewer system up to the property line of their home. The bylaw was modified in 2016 to include the capability of enforcement for those that don't follow it. So the residential fines are up to $5,000 for first offense and $10,000 for repeated offense. We haven't had to go there yet. Hoping that we never do, but there is that capability within the bylaw. Of corporations, $25,000 for first offense and $50,000 for repeated offense. So we do prefer to work with individuals, whether it's homeowners or businesses, to try to resolve the issues before we get to that piece. But again, we wanted to ensure the bylaw had some teeth in it if we need to go down that. The next piece here is really getting into the specifics of identifying illegal connections. So it is difficult within all sanitary systems to identify illegal connections. Probably the key piece of that is that, because connections are within private property, municipalities don't typically have access into determine what's going on, nor do we have the resources to go into every home and look to see how things are cross-connected. So we rely on residents to adhere to the bylaw wherever possible. So again, a disconnect program will require surveying individual buildings, inspecting sewer lines with CCTV, would compare results for field tests. We can start to get in looking at testing such as dye testing, visual inspection, smoke testing, or flow monitoring. Dye testing is where you put a chemical dye coloring at the source, and you find out where it comes out. So we've done that here at City Hall, where we thought we had a cross-connected roof lead into the sanitary system. It turns out it wasn't, which is fantastic. But you're able to put the chemical in at the source, or the dye in at the source, and trace where it's connected to. Again, I already spoke about smoke testing. Flow monitoring is a program that is well, we've done it before here, where we put monitors in key locations within the sanitary system to monitor flows. When we have rain events, we can correlate the amount of rain versus the amount of additional flow into the sewers to determine where that flow is coming from. So again, there's lots of capability there, requires resources to implement. So awareness for the public is key. Again, it's important that they're aware of the bylaw. It's important that they're aware of their requirements under the bylaw, and the fact that them cross-connecting storm systems can be to their own detriment with respect to sewer backups and failure of the sewer system. So again, promoting rain barrels, promoting removing downspout connections, and having qualified plumbers inspect their systems as needed. Cost challenges. So again, installation of a sewer main in relation to a capital project is about $850 a meter, $1,570 a meter for a larger sewer. Again, that's typically storm. We don't have too many sanitary sewers, 1,350 meters in diameter in Kawartha Lakes. We don't have any. When we get into manholes, again, $9,800 to $26,000 depending on the size. Again, those costs are related to capital work, so if you get into individual installations, costs can grow greatly from there. Just continuing with cost talks. So a lateral, again, it says approximately $463.30, but that's a cost that was related to a specific capital project. Typically, we see lateral cost installations when we go for a one-off without relating to a capital project anywhere from $15,000 to $25,000. So it is expensive for infrastructure to be installed. It's expensive to be maintained. And again, if part of the challenge for people that want to disconnect an illegal downspout is they need somewhere for that water to go. So residents that don't have storm connections need to start to spend this kind of money to fix it. It's difficult. And we understand and respect those challenges. So that's really the high-level overview of the sanitary system from that perspective, and that then relates into the council reports where we talk about what was the specifics related to the January 11th event from 2020. So if there's any questions, feel free to ask.
Will do, thank you. We'll get a motion to receive your presentation, Councillor O'Reilly and Vale. Are there any questions for the director on the presentation? Go ahead, Councillor Dunn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one quick question. The word caltrate, I'm not exactly sure what that means. Is that just a mixture of stuff? Is that a nice way of saying that?
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So calcite is a precipitant that comes out of the water. So the water that's in the ground will infiltrate through the sewer line, and it'll leave debris. It'll leave a calcium deposit, and that builds and builds and builds, and it's very hard, and eventually it will form blockages in pipes if not properly maintained.
Brian, this makes perfect sense when, a big storm system or a melt overwhelms a system and you see it sort of backing up. Why would it happen in a particular area of the city as opposed to another area? Is it newer subdivisions have a higher standard and they take that more into account? Or is it certain areas are in a low area so they get more water flowing down? Or if this happens citywide across the whole city, you could say, that was just, there's nothing we can do. But why would it happen in one particular area over another?
Yeah, so there's probably upteen reasons why. One of the big factors is storms are not consistent. It may feel that they're consistent across the board, but there's areas of intensity in storms. When I was with the city of Peterborough, we had a couple of significant events in 2002, 2004. We had areas flooded in 2002 that didn't flood in 2004. So it was just, it depends on the intensity of the storms. That particular event, there was also a lot of melt. So it could have been that certain areas were blocked, from getting to the storm system, so all that water ended up in the sanitary sewer. There's any reasons why it floods from one reason, from one way to the next and not in the next. So it's difficult to tell in particular. Again, the review that we went through on this particular case said that, you know, the combination of that 60 mil rain event along with the melt, and somehow through that area there's inflow. And we can see the flows were 5.5 times they were the day before. So it's just that gross inflow of water, the system couldn't handle it and generated the backflow, the backups.
But you're confident, I mean, obviously you had staff went out and checked it out, and I mean, that makes sense to me, but there's no structural deficiencies in that particular area that are different from somewhere else. It was just sort of a situational thing that happened. Is that, in your opinion?
That is correct. We did have, in relation to this event, we had cameras come out and do some exploratory work. The sewers are in good shape. There was some calcite buildup at one of the locations that was minor in nature. Would have been removed in the next clean out anyways. So the contractor, while I was there, took care of it. But the system itself is in controlled shape. Again, if you look at the report, there's very minimal instances of sewer backups within the city of Kawartha Lakes as a whole. There have been some, unfortunate, and they're related to those kind of significant events that we've had.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions on the presentation? We have a motion to receive. All in favor? That's passed. Thank you for that. Item 721, sanitary sewer backup report. Councillor Dunn, that report, WWW 220004 sanitary sewer backup report we received. You'll move that. Thank you. Second by Councillor Elmsley. Any questions, comments? Go ahead, Councillor Dunn.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a series of questions. So, when we did the inspection after the rain event, there was nothing in there that was found as far as a blockage. Is that my assumption?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, when I read one of your reports, it talks about when you put sewer lines in. You can't over-engineer, like you're not allowed to, because it has a negative impact on the flow. Do we know when those sewer lines were put in roughly? As in, you know, give or take 5 years?
I don't have that information with me off the top of my head, but I can definitely get that information to you.
Okay, would we know if it's an old, we wouldn't know, okay. What I'm trying to get at is, most of the North Ward has been there now for, well, when I came in '68, the North Ward didn't exist, put it that way. And over the years, we've consistently built out. And because we can't build sewer lines over capacity in anticipation of future bills, I guess my question is, did we engineer, or are we currently engineered to accommodate the full capacity of the North Ward as it is currently built out?
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Mayor, I understand the question.
Okay.
Effectively, the answer is yes. We are designed appropriately for the flows that are projected to come through there. The municipality has a design model where we have all of the sewers into a model, and we can project flows coming for those areas. And the sewer systems that are there are within their rated capacity.
Okay, because I live on Colburn Street, I've had the opportunity, because of the way they do their work, to observe the installation of storm sewers, water lines, and regular sewers. My observations are that the sewer lines and especially the storm sewer lines, my observation is, without getting out and actually measuring it, is the pipe they took out and the pipe they put in, there's probably a 3 times difference in that, like it is, whereas a dog couldn't crawl through it, now I can walk through it, type of thing, on the storm sewer. That's how dramatic the difference is. Same with the regular sewer lines. Now, I guess my question is, part of that is going to be related to the development going on at the fairgrounds, or the old fairgrounds. The stuff going on down at, I can't remember the name, the old Mason Homes property is going to be running through the Northwest Trunk, is my understanding. Why the dramatic increase in size of sewer and storm sewer pipes?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, I wasn't involved in the design of those facilities,
Okay.
but typically storm systems are designed for a peak 5-year storm. And it's not a problem to oversize storm infrastructure. Because it does see those regular flows, it sees that self-scouring event, and there are many municipalities that are actually over-designing storm systems intentionally to project into the future. It's incredibly expensive, but it's an option. I don't know what was designed for there, but I'm assuming that we used the 5-year design storm for that infrastructure based on the drainage areas, and it required an increase for the storm infrastructure. From a sanitary perspective, the flows that come through Victoria and run north and so on, they run north to the Lindsay Street North pumping station. So the general, there's flows that come around that way. So I believe actually the flows that you're talking at the fairgrounds run to the north. There's a divide somewhere in there that comes over to Colburn Street. Okay. I need to go and pull the maps again. I can do that again. I can show it to you if you wish. But the built-out area for Colburn Street is almost complete that feeds into the Colburn Street sewage pumping station. So the size that was removed, the size that would have been reinstalled would be again based on the catchment area, the projected flows based on the use, whether it be commercial or residential, and then based on the gravity angle, the slope of the sewer, to achieve that flow rating that's desired from a design perspective to achieve that self-scour. So they probably upsize it slightly. A lot of the old sewers, there were some 4, some 6-inch sewers in place back in the day. Typically 8-inch sewers as small as we go now from a sewer perspective. Again, but I wasn't involved in the design of that system, so I can't really accurately answer the question. I can speculate.
Yeah, and all my observations are strictly that. It was an old cast iron pipe about that big, and now it's a green pipe about that big, and you know what the difference is, I have no idea. I'm good. Thank you, Director.
Okay, we have no other questions, so we have a motion for the report to be received. Oh, you have a question, Councillor Riley?
It's a quick one. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, to the director. On the storm sewers, there's always been talk about they're going to perhaps put retention ponds or retention collection system, especially for the ones that are going directly into the river with salt and fertilizer and lawns, that kind of stuff. Are they mandatory, or is that still in the discussion stage, or do you think it'll ever happen?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm not fully familiar with the legislation related to the requirements. I know we have several storm water management facilities around the municipality that are active. We even have some oil grit separators at point of view systems where we dispose out to the river. So water quality is a requirement. Water quality needs to be maintained when we're outletting water. So that's part of the design of the overall subdivisions and future development. But I'm not familiar with the need to go back and retrofit currently.
Okay, we have a motion to receive. All in favor? That's passed. Thank you. Next report is 722. The recommendation that the report flood prevention subsidy report be received. The council does not establish and implement a flood prevention subsidy program at this time. Councillor Dunn, you had that? That was your memos that generated these reports. So
I'll give you a motion to receive, and then depending on the Q&A, I may have a follow-up motion.
Let's do that. The flood prevention subsidy report be received. Moved by Councillor Dunn, seconded by Councillor Yeo. Go ahead. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Once again, good report. My question is that in the report, the author mentions that they don't believe there would be an uptake if a program such as this was made available. How did the author arrive at that conclusion?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, I believe the wording in the report was that they're unaware or unsure of the level of uptake, as opposed to there wasn't going to be any uptake. I'm not 100% sure on that. I'd have to go back and look at the report.
Okay, because and I guess what confuses me is as a result of the sewage backup on Laurier Boulevard, at least 10 units there installed backup preventions. hopefully in anticipation of receiving some relief, but also because they view the problem as so serious that regardless of whether or not they receive relief from the city, they viewed the problem serious enough that they were going to do it regardless. So for the comment, not anticipating a take-up, just confused me because of anecdotal evidence that I have from talking to people. I think the take-up would not only be good there, but we also had sewage backup that didn't hit the screen over in the East Ward, over on Jefferson. We had a couple places there that backed up out of the same rain incident, and I wouldn't be surprised if those people wouldn't also take advantage of a program if it was offered.
Yeah, so thank you, Councillor. Through the mayor, I guess, to the councillor. The section of the report that identifies that is really back in the financials. It talks about if the program was made voluntary, it's unknown how many property owners would take advantage of the subsidy program. Therefore, it's hard to determine the level of staffing and costing and so on. So there were several alternatives and so on reviewed in the report. One way is to effectively open it up to all staff, again, if there are all residents and all businesses. If there's a large uptake, there's a significant, obviously, financial impact to the municipality. That would be a burden on the user rate to manage that level. So they did throw a couple of alternatives into consideration, where we could look at having, leaving the program kind of on a status quo basis, giving the fact that there's minimal incidences of backflow within our system. If you look at the last alternative, it talks about maybe making a subsidy available to areas where we have had issues in the past. So we could look at, there's a couple of areas in Fenelon Falls where we've had backups, a couple of areas now in Lindsay where we've had backups, and providing those subsidy and making it available to only those areas to help kind of control the potential cost impact of the user rate. The challenge being there is that, again, you're not being open and consistent to all residents. So again, there's challenges flagged with it in making that program available to users, especially because we're not a large municipality, relatively speaking, and there would be a large impact to the user rate. So that's the general message.
Yeah, and I somewhat agree. Because my original plan was that it wasn't a Lindsay-centric program. My original intention was that it was a universal program. And of course, you can contain costs much the same way as we do with other programs, where you can set up an upset limit for a year. And so if you apply for the year 2000 and there's already 10 people in front of you and that exhausts the budget for that year, then you'll have to wait till 2011 if you want a subsidy. So there are ways around it. As in, you can set a limit, and you can also set a limit on the amount of the cost, so that if a normal trap, and I've heard some horrendous prices and some reasonable prices, but the best I can gather, it runs from anywhere from $2,500 to about $5,000, depending on who's putting it in and the issues that they have around that. Like, I'm not even suggesting a total subsidy by the city, but I am suggesting that we could lend a helping hand, especially when it's our sewers and we force people to hook up to our sewers. And when our sewers back up, I think it's just the nice thing to do to help the people that we made hook up in the first place. So this is just to receive. If you want, I can give you a follow-up motion, or I can add to this motion now.
Yeah, let's do a follow-up if that's okay. We have a motion to
fine.
receive, so if you're okay with that.
Yep.
Good with the questions for now? Any other questions on the motion to receive? All in favor? That's passed. Follow-up, Councillor Dunn?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll make a motion that staff present a program for council's consideration for sewer subsidy backup, sewer backup subsidies that both meet the needs of the residences and the financial needs of or the financial restraints the city is currently under. And if I get a seconder, I'll explain that.
Anybody want to second that? Councillor Helmsley, go ahead.
Yeah, I think we can do this simply by controlling the number of applications that we receive each year, by putting a cap on it. I wouldn't want to suggest as to what the cap is or the number of applications we would accept on any given year. Currently going forward, it's not going to be an issue. For all the new houses being built, it's not an issue. But we have a lot of homes right across the city. Fenelon Falls obviously has issues. Lindsay has occasional issues, but we don't know. It may happen in Bobcaygeon next, or we don't know where it's going to happen next. If we have a program in place, we can even put a sunset clause on it. We can say over the next 10 years, I believe that's what Peterborough did. They said if you want to apply for this program, if you want to participate in it, you've got to do it over the next 10 years. I don't claim to have the expertise to put that program together, but if staff can put a program together for council to look at, I think that would be a good idea.
Yep. Councillor Helmsley, do you want to comment?
Just briefly, Mr. Mayor, I've been interested in this for some time, since the 2015 event in Fenelon. And I think if you look at the Peterborough example, where it has to be on a property where there has already been flooding before they can apply. And as Councillor Dunn says, putting an upward limit on it and seeing what staff can come forward with, I think that it is a useful thing to do. And occasionally we run into problems where we're doing our sanitary sewer cleaning, which causes backups in houses. I've had that occasion too. And I think on those occasions, we are responsible for the cleanup. So if those houses had a valve in place, we wouldn't have been faced with that cleanup cost. So while there is an expense, there may be some savings as well. And getting to look at what a program would mean, I think, is a useful thing to do. Thank you.
Do you have any idea, Councillor, of timing when you'd like that back, just for the motion? Just realistically, end of the year, middle, Q2 next year?
End of the year would be nice. It'd be nice if we had a program in prior to our spring floods.
Okay.
So if we can have something in place by then, so if...
end of 2020?
Sure, that's perfect.
Q4 2020? Okay, thank you. Councillor Yeo, go ahead.
Thank you, and through you, I'm not going to support it as it is. If part of the motion was to bring back a loan option as well, then I would certainly might support something like that, because new houses are required to put these things in. We have a septic loan program for people throughout the city, and waterfront people are mandated to have their septics inspected and have the ability to borrow the money from the city if they have a bad system and stuff. So I don't see why you'd have to subsidize these people, forcing the rest of the users to help these people do what they should do and put a back valve in. I realize it's a bit of a cost, but it's the cost of owning a home. And so unless there's a loan program tied to this report coming back, I'm not going to support it. So maybe I'll make that as a friendly, that it include a loan option as well.
Our request for a friendly amendment, that loan option be part of the direction coming back as one of the different ideas.
I'll accept anything staff brings back. What we're asking for right now is they bring back options.
Yeah, can you just, are you willing to add including a loan option?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just looking for options.
You're okay with that, Councillor Helmsley? You got that, Madam Clerk? Okay, Councillor Yeo, is that what you're looking for? Thank you. Any other questions, comments? You want to sum up? Call the question. All in favor? That's passed. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move down to Planning Advisory Committee. Are there any extractions from the Planning Advisory Committee minutes? There was four reports that went forward. Seeing none, Councillor O'Reilly, will you move that the minutes of the July 15, 2020 Planning Advisory Committee meeting be received and the recommendations included in section 8.3 of the agenda be adopted?
So moved.
You will. Second by Councillor Vale. Any questions, comments? All in favor? That's passed. Thank you. We'll move over. Sorry, let me catch up here. We'll move over to item 9.1. I think if you want to bring Ian Walker, if he's going to join our meeting, we've got a couple of planning reports coming directly to council as we did previously to help speed up a bit of the process. There he is. Welcome, Ian. Thank you. Can you hear us okay?
I can hear you fine. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you okay. So if you want to give us a quick overview of this 9.1 to amend the Lindsay official plan and zoning bylaw, go ahead, Ian. Thanks.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. The application first came before Planning Advisory Committee in December of 2019. The public meeting was held. All landowners within 120 meters of the property were circulated notice. My understanding is there were no members of the public who provided any comment into the application. It was previously handled by one of our other planners, Janet Wong, at the time. Since the writing of the original report, there were 4 key themes or issues that were identified with the application. A revised planning justification report was submitted that resolved both the OP and zoning for the property, along with the parking issues. The other issue in terms of the noise study was resolved in regards to the airport. And finally, the Human Services Department had identified affordability of the units, and they are currently now working with the developer. This application, once the official plan and zoning approvals are in place, they are subject to site plan control. They have also simultaneously submitted an application for site plan control now to start moving this development forward. I believe they would like to start getting everything in place so that they can get this in the ground and get building fairly quickly. This will provide 222 new residential units for seniors in this area. I'll leave it at that, and if there are any questions, certainly look forward to answering them. Thank you.
This is the recent development application for the 5 stories, 6 stories behind Loblaws. Is that correct?
To you, Mr. Mayor, it's actually 8 stories tall.
And that's the one behind Loblaws, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. Any questions for the planner? Yeah, Councillor Ashmore, go ahead.
Through you to Ian, I believe that's called Thornhill Street, is it? Thornhill? Will this development, I'm not against development, it's fine, but will it interfere with the truck turnarounds at the water station there? Because that's a pretty important water station up on the hill there. So will this cut into their footprint, like the ability to turn around up there?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I do not believe it would have any impact on the ability for the trucks to turn around up there. That's already an existing situation. This development is contained entirely within their property, and therefore it wouldn't impact on that turning radius for those trucks. So.
Okay. Any further questions? Seeing none, Councillor Riley, go ahead.
Give you a motion as printed there. Yeah.
As printed, thank
Yeah,
you,
that's
that
okay.
the zoning bylaw and the official plan be approved, forwarded to council. Excellent. Seconded by Councillor Vale. Any further questions? All in favor? That's passed. Thanks, Ian. 9.2 is a request by CIC Developments to enter a subdivision agreement for plan of subdivision Ravines of Lindsay Estate subdivision. Go ahead, Ian.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So this application, if you recall, the official plan and zoning were put in place in June of 2018. Council considered those along with the draft plan of subdivision application. So there was an original draft plan approval from about 1994, and in 2018, Council revisited that and updated it to today's standards. So the land use is already in place here for this development. This is really the last component in terms of them being able to register the subdivision and create the lots. The agreement is generally as it is in the attachments, and I will leave it if there's any questions.
Will do, thank you. Any questions for Ian? You're getting off easy today, Ian, but it won't last, so don't worry. Does anybody want to move that the Ravines Lindsay Estate subdivision agreement be received and that the subdivision agreement be approved by council and so on? Councillor Yeo, Councillor Dunn, thank you. Any comments, questions? Councillor Riley, go ahead.
I just comment that they're out there servicing it now. It's going to move ahead fairly quickly, and both this application and the one before it and are great applications. It looks like they're going to get underway real quickly.
Agree. Thank you. Call the question. All in favor? That's passed. Thanks, Ian. Appreciate you give us an update there. Thanks for that. Okay, we'll move into item 10, which is consent. Probably be quicker to tell you what's not extracted, but Councillor Seymour Fagan, you got your list there. We'll just confirm it. 10.1.1, procedural bylaw amendment is extracted by Councillor Ashmore. 10.1.4, Bobcaygeon Beach Park is extracted by Councillor Elmsley. 10. No, just giving you the extractions. So 10.1.4 is the Bobcaygeon Beach Park by Councillor Elmsley. So you've thrown me off my mojo here now. So 10.1.6, the use of large rollout carts is extracted by Councillor Elmsley. 10.1.7, Angeline Street North sidewalk extension is extracted by Councillor Dunn. And 10.1.8, Francis Street maintenance. 10.1.9, limited service Gillis Street. 10.1.10, limited service Killarney Bay Road. And 10.1.11, limited service on Grove Road, are all extracted by Councillor Elmsley. And 10.2.1 and 10.2.2 are extracted by myself, just for a quick discussion on the memos. So other than that, if you want to do the consent on the remainder, we'll get at her. Put your microphone on, please.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Yeo, that all the proposed resolutions shown in 10.1 and 10.2 of the agenda be approved and adopted by council in the order that they appear in the agenda, and sequentially numbered, save and except for items 10.1.1, 10.1.4, 10.1.6, 10.1.7, 10.1.8, 10.1.9, 10.1.10, 10.1.11, 10.2.1, and 10.2.2.
I think you got it. Well done. We're okay with the rest. Call the question on the rest. All in favor? That's passed. So we had a few people do deputation. So let's, if it's okay, I'm just going to pull up the road maintenance and the limited service agreements. Let's deal with those first. The rest are all in-house staffing issues. So let's pull up maintenance on Francis Street East is 10.1.8. Councillor Elmsley, was your extraction? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You heard from Ms. Prosser the history of that street and how critical it is to the residents that they have access to their property. Public Works is taking the tack that this is not a street or a road, it's a driveway for residents. If it was access to one resident, I may be able to buy into that. But the fact that the people who live on that road are really captive to what the city does is shown by the fact that they used to be on a concession road. They now are on Francis Street. Their address is on Francis Street. The garbage truck no longer comes down to the end of their driveways and picks it up. They're forced to drag their garbage up a hill to to what is now Francis Street in order to get their garbage picked up. Now we're telling them we're going to take away any service on that road, and I can tell you that the road is not in wonderful shape. And we aren't going to do any winter maintenance or other work on the road, that it is considered to be a common driveway, 2 driveways. Well, I'm sorry, I can't accept that. And I would like that we instruct Public Works that they continue to provide service on that road for the time it exists as a roadway to those residents. So my motion would be...
There's a couple of alternatives in your package in the agenda.
Yes.
If you're looking for, it's all laid out there. If you just want winter maintenance, if you're looking for full maintenance, then there's a suggested recommendation. So I think if you're talking full maintenance,
yes,
then I think that staff be directed to consider the shared laneway part of the municipally assumed road infrastructure and to provide associated maintenance and capital asset management, adding that to that the report be received, if that's the direction you're proposing.
Yes.
Okay. Second by, no? Let me just see if we get a seconder, and then we'll have a discussion. Councillor Ashmore, you'll second that? Go ahead. You've already spoke to it. Do you want to?
I've already spoken to it. I think that, you know, they're not asking for new services. They're not asking for upgraded services. All they're asking for is that the road continue to be maintained the same way it has been for the last 100 years. Thank you.
Councillor Seymour Fagan, you had a question?
Whose road is it? Whose road is this?
It is, I would say, a cul-de-sac off Francis Street.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, the road, or the access to the property is within the municipal road allowance. So as the deputy mentioned, the road was reconstructed. The road was realigned from down here to up here, and effectively what it did is it cut off that roadway, and the road was realigned to be effectively a short road piece with 3 driveways attached, or 4 driveways attached to it, that tied out to the new Francis Street, or Road 20, Road 22. So the road is, or the driveway access is completely within the municipal right-of-way, servicing solely those people. The reason they don't have direct driveways out to the new road is due to elevation. So realistically, what should have happened, elevation was permissive, is each of those 4 properties would have had a driveway directly out to the new Francis Street. Because they couldn't, they tied them together and brought them out in one location. That's effectively what happened back when the road was reconstructed. If that makes sense.
Okay.
Visually.
Like, who's?
It is city-owned.
So again, the connection of their property, just like anybody else's apron to their driveway, is on municipal property. This particular road section that ties the 4 driveways together and brings it out to Francis is on municipal property, and it is a municipal infrastructure.
It's on city property. It's just because it was realigned. It's not a road. It's not a private road. It's just in limbo, and you know, we should be maintaining the road. It's for homes. I understand, and you know, it's right. It doesn't fit into any of those categories. In my opinion, Miller should be picking up garbage there too, but that's a whole nother argument you can make on another day. But you've got your motion. Is there any other questions regarding motion on the floor? Go ahead. Yeah.
Could you add to that Miller be asked to reconsider? No, I mean these people. No, these people. And I have other instances where people.
Well, it's not my motion. You can add whatever you want or ask the mover, but you could ask that it be looked into as what would it cost to have Miller add 4 extra stops on this road and service. If we're looking after the road, we're actually saying it's a road. We pick up garbage on private roads, so I'm not quite sure why we wouldn't be doing it at this point, but certainly might be worth exploring if.
I believe the reason is Miller stopped going down there because their truck was digging up the road. It was too heavy for the road, so they stopped going down it. So it would be a danger to them to go down unless the road got reconstructed.
Okay, we better just leave it then. One step, baby steps, Councillor Ashmore, baby steps. Go ahead.
Sorry, I don't have a request button on this. So just to clarify through you, Mr. Mayor, is that the other factor is the safety concern. There is no turnaround on this short leg of road, so the Miller trucks would have to drive down and back out, which is what our plow trucks are doing, and we're actually sending in other equipment in there. So it is a safety concern as well.
I think the residents would be quite happy to get their road continued to be maintained. So are you good? Do you need to sum up, or?
I'll just say that we're talking about a length of road that is roughly 120 meters or 450 feet long. It's not like they're doing 2 kilometers, so.
Fair enough. Call the question. All in favor? That's passed. Thank you. The next extraction, that was Francis Street. The next extraction is 1019, limited service on Gillis Street. Go ahead, Councillor Elmsley.
We heard from Mr. Munson, and he has requested that that we continue to enter into discussions with city staff, and that the deadline in the report be moved to late 2021. And so that if it's necessary to consult with other lawyers or with lawyers, that there is sufficient time for that to take place.
So let's get the motion if we can then, and then you can speak to it, Council. So that report, level of service for Gillis Street be received, that staff be directed to continue to work with the road representatives to attempt to enter into a limited service agreement. Should an agreement not be reached by the end of September 2021?
Yes.
That city cease service on the private road.
Yes.
Good. So there's the motion. Anybody want to second that? Councillor Yeo, go ahead, Doug, or Councillor Elmsley.
No, I think you, Mr. Munson, was probably as articulate as I'm going to be, and I think it is something that's been ongoing for a while, and I think we need to put it to bed. And hopefully by this extension, we'll be able to come to an agreement and get this done so that the folks on Gillis get the service that they would like to have. And I'd request a recorded vote, please.
A recorded vote requested by Councillor Elmsley. I think everybody just wants to get into an agreement, so I don't see a huge issue personally in extending the deadline a little. At least we're working toward an agreement, which is what everybody seems to want. So, Councillor Riley, you had a question?
Yeah, I'm going to support this, but there's an awful lot of these private roads are coming forward. We got a whole group of people in our municipality that live on private roads that grade their own roads, put their own gravel on it, and plow their own roads. So what do we say to those people? That, just because somebody has agreed years, and some municipalities in the past have decided they're going to work on private roads, a number of municipalities decided in the past they weren't going to work on private roads. So anyway, so hopefully when we get together as a one single municipality, because there's all kinds of property owners that are paying for road maintenance and road rolling on private roads, and now we're making exceptions. But I'll support this and wait for the report comes back, and at that time we can worry about that. And if they can't get an agreement, that'll be it. Hopefully they can get an agreement, but whatever, yeah.
I think the agreement is key, Councillor, and we put our council policies in place, but there's some history on this road, and if we can get them up to an agreement, and there's going to be always some exceptions, and I think this sort of falls into one of those. I think the key is it's if they're not willing to enter an agreement, then I would struggle to why are we making exceptions. But if they're willing to enter an agreement with the city, then that's I think works in both our interests and sort of makes it puts it to bed as far as Councillor Elmsley had claimed. So, Councillor Yeo, go ahead.
No, you just echoed exactly what I was going to say. Thank you.
Well, how do you like that, eh? Yeah, or something like that. Yeah. Any other questions, comments? Do you want to sum up, or I think, go ahead.
Yeah, just briefly, that these roads, and I think all in all, and Director Robinson can correct me if I'm wrong, but there are 8 more, I think, that will be looked at where these agreements need to get done, and they are not in my ward. I'm fortunate enough to have these 4 roads in my ward, and I think that the rationale for it, to Deputy Mayor O'Reilly's point, is that they did enter into agreements. People bought homes, people bought properties on those roads, understanding that they were getting service, and now we're looking to change that. But in order to be fair to the people who are there, and I'm not suggesting we enter into any more agreements with people on private roads or unassumed roads or anywhere else, but I think the ones we've been historically maintaining, we should continue to maintain, and we should come to an agreement with the people because it's a fair thing to do. So I hope you'll support this motion, and we can come to a mutually beneficial agreement with the folks on Gillis. Thank you.
Recorded vote was requested. Go ahead.
Councillor Elmsley? In favor. Councillor Seymour Fagan? In favor.
You
Councillor
need to use your microphones, guys. Nobody can hear you.
In favor.
Councillor Yeo?
In favor?
Councillor Vale?
In favor.
Councillor Richardson?
In favor.
Councillor Ashmore?
In favor.
Deputy Mayor O'Reilly?
Favor?
Councillor Dunn?
In favor.
Mayor Latham?
In favor. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. 10-110 is a limited service on Killarney Bay Road. Councillor Elmsley, I think that one looks like it's progressing quite well. I think their only request was that it be maybe extended till the end of the year, but they think they're pretty good within the timeline. So what do you, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On Killarney Bay, I agree that we are very close to an agreement, and I think Director Robinson would agree with that. And I think we can put it to bed this fall, but going to the end of the year, should something go awry, they would have to scramble to get any kind of service for the winter. So I'm asking that it also go to the spring of next year. So that would be, let's say, June 1st of 2021.
So the motion as printed, except that be reached by the end of June 1st, 2021?
That's correct.
Or the end of June 2021?
That's correct.
Okay. Seconder, Councillor Yeo. Call the question. All in favor? It's passed. Okay. Thank you, Councillor. I'm not just doing that so you don't sum up. I'm just, you know, I think we're good. 10-111 is Grove Road. Your extraction as well?
Yes, and this is the fourth of the 4 roads. And again, we've made great strides and progress, and you heard from Michael Brooks, and they are quite prepared to get a tree service in and work with the city to try and remove as much brush and work on the pinch points to try and get it to where it is more acceptable to the municipality. So again, I'm asking that the date that it be as printed, except for going to the June of 2021.
Thank you. That's a motion. As printed, except June. Councillor Yeo, you'll second that. Call the question. All in favor? That's passed. Okay. Okay, give me one sec here. We'll go back to 10.1.1, which is the procedural bylaw amendment. Councillor Ashmore, was your extraction?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks to the clerk for the report. I just wanted to add one thing, because in this, and it's a separate that, and the reason is the following, that we're trying to get public participation, and we're going electronic now these days for various reasons, and we're trying to avoid physical contact. But one of the things that we don't have electronic right now is a petition, the ability to people to go online and sign a petition. If somebody puts a petition together, they do that in the Ontario government and the federal government. So I was wondering if I could propose that. I'll receive the report and then propose a separate that.
Okay, I'm not sure that's part of this procedural bylaw, but let me just check with the clerk on allowing electronic petitions. Does that fall under this, or would that be something totally separate?
That would be separate from this. This is to allow for electronic participation, but actually how people submit correspondence, petitions, etc., is something that we could amend the procedural bylaw once we knew what kind of tools were available to us.
Can I suggest you bring a memo forward requesting that separately at the next meeting? And I think then we can sort of look into it. What do we have to amend to do it? This is changes to the Municipal Act, so it's a little bit separate. So I think you're heading in the right direction. Let's just keep it separate if it's okay with you. And if you bring forward a memo, I think we can look into it that way. Does that make sense?
Great, thanks.
Okay. So will you move it as printed? As printed, seconder, Councillor Dunn, or Councillor O'Reilly. Questions? All in favor? That's passed. Thank you. 10.1.4 is the Bobcaygeon Beach Park, which is your extraction, Councillor Elmsley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is an absolutely fantastic project, and I really think it's going to enhance the city. I'm not jealous, but I'm a little envious of it, and would I'd like to see the same thing done in Fenelon Falls. So yeah, the concepts I've seen and the drawings and everything, it really is a knock your socks off process. My problem with it is that like Topsy, it's just growing, and there are no details to this special debenture and what it covers. I'm not sure what these discretionary items are. Therefore, Mr. Mayor, I've talked to Councillor Seymour Fagan, and what we would like to do is we would like to move the initial amount and ask that the discretionary items, that special debenture, go to the August 20th meeting, and if we could get the documents that make up those discretionary items.
So can we do this? Can we separate the two motions? Can we?
Yeah.
If we do the one, let's award the tender for the initial amount.
Yeah.
And there's a motion in your agenda here if you want to go there. And then how about as a follow-up that, your further report come back at August with the discretionary items and more information and a dollar value attached to them. So can we do it that way? It's just a little bit cleaner. So I think what you're looking for, that Melfer Construction Inc. be selected for the award of 2020-18-CQ Bobcaygeon Beach Park redevelopment and construction for the total quoted amount not to exceed $5,163,450, not including HST, and that subject to receipt of the required documents, the mayor and city clerk be authorized to execute the agreement to award this quotation, and that the procurement division be authorized to issue a purchase order. So I think that is the original amount from the original tender that I think is where you want to head.
Yes.
So you'll move that?
Yes, I will.
You'll second that, Councillor Seymour Fagan? Do you want to speak to that portion of it?
No, as I say, I think it's a fantastic project, and I don't want to hold them up from getting going, but I think the second part of it we need to explore a little further.
Councillor Seymour Fagan, do you want to speak to it?
I'm in agreement with Councillor Elmsley. I do. We don't know what the rest of the money's for, so I think we need to have a look at it.
Okay. Councillor Yeo, you had a question? Nope. You're reaching for the button there. You had me wondering. Okay. Any further questions on the original motion? That's the original budget that was passed last year for the $6 million. A portion of it has been spent on design and permits and stuff, and this is the remainder that's being awarded. I call the question. All in favor? That's passed. And a follow-up, Councillor Elmsley? My
follow-up is that the additional amount of $1,522,909 that is being earmarked as a special debenture, that moved to the August 20th meeting, and that council be provided with the documents showing the cost and the items that make up the additional expense for that special debenture and what those discretionary items are.
Have you got that, Madam Clerk? Okay. You'll second that, Councillor Seymour Fagan? Go ahead.
I just think we heard today the pressures on the city to not run a deficit, and then to come forward and try and do a special debenture, which is a cost to the city because it is a loan and will have to be repaid at some point in time, that we need to know the details of it in order for us to make a proper decision on whether we should be funding that, or whether there is some other way we should be doing it, or if there's an opportunity for cost savings there that we can look at. So getting the details for that before we make the decision on the special debenture, I think is prudent and wise and fiduciarily responsible of council.
So just for clarification, this tender is a special debenture as well. So this was just, there was going to be an additional to get those provisional items, there would have to be an additional added on to that special debenture, but it's not a separate, it would be separate, but it would be added on to what we've already approved.
Exactly.
This budget. Okay. Councillor Seymour Fagan, do you want to speak to it?
Again, I just think that Councillor Elmsley is correct in that we do have to look and see what these items are as times have changed, and I have no idea what they are, and I think we need to know exactly what they are because it is $1.5 million.
Thank you. Councillor Yeo, go ahead.
Thank you, and through you, I will support the motion. I look forward to getting the paperwork, and I'm glad council's taken this approach, because for far too many times we're asked to fund overages and increase tenders to the tune of millions of dollars, and we keep saying, oh, don't do that again, and shaking our finger. So I'm glad to see this time we're actually going to have a look at the paperwork and see where this money, where they want it to go, and whether it's worth pursuing. So thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions, comments? Do you want to sum up? No?
I think we've talked it out.
Thank you. We'll call the question. All in favor? That's passed. Thank you. Use of large rollout carts, 1016 is extracted by Councillor Elmsley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. These large rollout carts, they're only used by a relatively few number of people in the city, and most of them are used on roads where they either have a long way to get to the road and they'd have to manage multiple bins to get their recycling to the road, or like in the case of Highway 35, it's generally windy and you have a lot of cars and trucks and large vehicles going by, and the recycling material ends up all over the road. So people have used these for, I don't know, 8+ years without any incident. Miller Waste picked them up and had no qualms about doing it. And it was only when our staff brought it to their attention and told them to stop doing it that it became an issue. We also, from time to time, people had called and been told they could purchase these and went out at their own expense, of course, and purchased them. I also, in reading the report, it says that single residential homes using it don't do recycling as well. They don't take care with what they're doing. I find it strange that single residence homes would do it worse than apartment buildings, multi-residential homes, or industrial complexes, or commercial complexes. So I really don't accept that argument. And to me, we're looking for a solution to a problem that doesn't exist. And it's not like all 38,000 stops are going to run out and buy one of these large bins, because I don't see that happening. I know personally I'm not. I'm happy with my little blue box, and I hump it out to the curb, and away it goes, and that suits me just fine. But I think there are people, and maybe some older people, who wheeling it is a better option for them. So as far as I'm concerned, the motion should be that we receive this report and that staff instruct Miller Waste to continue picking up the recycling and rollout carts as they have been for the last 8+ years. Thank you.
I think, and I'm not sure, but I think the motion, if you're going to go, there has to be to amend the bylaw to pick up. Oh, we're not going to debate it right now. We're just looking for clarity on the motion. So do you have something there? If he wants to go that direction, don't we have to amend the bylaw rather than just telling Miller to pick it up?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to you, Mr. Mayor, we would have to both amend the bylaw and the contract. We have a contract with Miller that dictates what they collect and how they collect it. It's very clear that they're supposed to be collecting the small bins. You're correct that they have been collecting them in the past, and it was actually Miller that raised it to the attention of staff that, hey, we're not supposed to be doing this. This is taking too much time. We need to stop doing this. So.
Okay, I don't want to debate it. So the motion needs to be that it be received and that the bylaw be amended and the contract with Miller be amended to pick up roll-up carts as part of recycling. Is that?
If I would recommend.
Is that the direction?
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Mayor, what I would recommend is that it be referred to staff for additional information with respect to the impacts to the bylaw and the collection contract so that you guys can make that decision with actual numbers. Right now, there's just high-level numbers in the report. Unless council wants to make that decision blind without the numbers, I would recommend we get them.
Let me check with the boss over here, see what he wants to do. So do you want to refer it back with the direction to get some more information on the changes to the contract and the bylaw, and then we can make an informed decision? In the meantime,
yes.
Status quo?
Yes.
You okay with that? When would you like it back?
End of third quarter?
That's only a couple of months. Is that
end
of year? Is end of Q3 work? Q4 would be better. Are you okay with that?
Yep.
As long as we maintain status quo currently. Okay. Are you seconding it? Yeah. I need a seconder before we debate it. You'll second it? Councillor Dunn? Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, it's not only Highway 35, it's a lot of seniors in the town of Lindsay and probably Bobcaygeon that simply don't have the physical strength to carry their boxes out. This is something that council's dealt with. They canceled, they took it away, and we reinstated it on a temporary basis. Now's our opportunity to reinstate it on a full-time basis. But while we're talking about waste, because this was published and went out there, and I'm just inquiring for the purpose of, do I need a memo? Heritage Way, the condos are multi-units. I got a call from one of the president of one of the condo units last night, and we have these little privacy bags that you can put in your clear bag so that if you want to hide your Viagra or your Depends or whatever, you can do that in such a manner that people don't know you're using them. But you've got 20 units of seniors that may not want to share their personal health with the general population. He phoned me up and he says, we're only allowed one privacy bag for the condo unit. So they're rejecting our garbage now because the various units are each putting in their little privacy bag, and now Miller is, so my question is, do I need a memo to say?
I don't think it has anything to do with this.
No, I know, but I was hoping that.
But I think maybe the direction to go is have a conversation. I know staff have made exceptions for certain criteria in the past, or Miller has through our staff, that, you know, they can make an exemption in a certain case, but do you want to address that? I mean, how do we bring that forward?
Yeah, so again, I think the request needs to come from the resident through the customer service center to staff so they can review the situation and make a decision.
You okay with that to start with? Have the residents contact our staff. They'll look at the situation and make a decision on a special. It's not really a policy. It's each one is looked at individually. I know I've had a few requests a couple years ago and it got dealt with to the resident satisfaction. It just gives staff a chance to work with Miller through it.
Yeah, because, okay, so as far as this issue goes, I can also, like, I can do this by memo, like, for me, like, I was just incredulous, because you've got an apartment building, essentially, like they're
can do it by
privately
memo.
owned, and yeah, it's just,
Do memo to direct.
I just
yeah.
thought maybe we could solve this without going through it.
But I
that's
would
fine.
also suggest that in the meantime, have the resident contact
Yep,
our staff
yep.
and see if they can work through the issue. They might not need the memo.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thanks. Where were we? Bins. Go ahead.
So I've spent some time out there with the Miller guys in the last few weeks, and they have two different trucks, and I think that that's what the issue is. So either they have one guy and one truck with the thing that dumps them in, or they have two guys, and because they're short-staffed, they don't have trucks, they don't have staff, all of these things, but I know if it's gonna be the bins, then they need that big truck that takes everything out. And it actually doesn't even take everything out because somehow it can't get the stuff right to the bottom. So I know that they've been having a hard time all summer because it's been a lot of work, and they've done an amazing job. So I just want to give a shout out to your team and their team as well, because it's not an easy job and people complain all the time about it.
I think this report should flush out some of the concerns both ways. So I have a question, and when I read the report, you know, there's parts of it make sense to me, and parts of it I'm not really buying, right? I mean, I have a big carry-out recycle bin that is pretty high one. You can't see what's in the bottom of it. You know, it's 3 feet high, but I carry it out. No problem, that's allowed. But a little roll-up bin that's not much higher than mine has a lid, and they're saying they don't want to accept it because they can't see what's in it. Well, open up the lid and have a look in it, you know, and it's just comments I'm making that. The other thing is that I agree with Councillor Dunn. These are not unique. I mean, I drove around Lindsay the other day on garbage day, and even out in some of the rural areas along Highway 35, it's almost every second or third home has, and they're mostly the smaller rollout bins. So I would like to see the big commercial bins that people are putting out, I don't think we should be picking up at a residential house. But the little small ones that the seniors use, I don't know if there's what the size is, but there's a whole lot of those little ones that look really easy to pick up, really easy to open the lid, really easy to roll out. And I really think that we should try to distinguish between the two. You know, the big commercial one is meant for a commercial establishment or an apartment building. These smaller ones are little rollout residential bins, and to lump them both together, you know, the little ones don't need a truck to lift. They're no bigger than the ones that we're putting out, the bigger carry-out bins that we put up. So I think we need to apply a little common sense to this when it comes back and just say, you know, these little ones fall into a different criteria than the big commercial bins, and maybe we come up with some kind of compromise moving forward. But that's just my.
Yeah, no,
I'm not looking for an answer. It's just sort of my comments from, you know, where
I
it's
can
going.
provide you just a brief overview. I mean, ultimately, we can do whatever council directs us to do. What we're doing within our bylaw is, as approved by council, dictates what services we're providing and what bins we have. So that went into the contract for Miller to then budget for their work to doing. And Kathleen's absolutely right. Councillor Seymour Fagan's absolutely right. They don't have trucks to accommodate those dumping bins. Again, certain weight restrictions, certain everything like that, even on the small bins, sometimes exceeds the weight for them to be able to pick up and manhandle those bins to dump them into the trucks. So they have specific arms to mechanically dump those bins. So again, the costs that we've highlighted in here are for modification of trucks, for the additional time it takes for a miller to then grab that bin to dump it and put it back versus dumping a bin and going. It's a significant amount of time when you're multiplying that by 38,000 stops. So again, it's a challenge from a cost and a time perspective, and we'll highlight that in additional detail in that report coming forward. But ultimately, right now, all we're doing is following council's bylaw.
Oh, I understand, and I'm not criticizing anybody. I'm just saying these small bins, in my opinion, are no more work than a big carryout bin that they're lifting. They don't need a truck to lift that. I mean, they're not that big. They're just really convenient for some people that find them easy to use. And it would be great in the report if you could sort of distinguish between the two. I don't think they're requiring a truck to lift those, off the ground. Commercial bins are a whole different story. They're a whole different animal. But Councillor Dunn, you had a question?
Yeah, just a final comment. Starting in September, we're changing what's recycled and what's not, so there's going to be a greater pressure on stuff to go in the garbage. It's just another reason why you may need a larger bin.
Great. Okay. You don't need to you want to sum up?
No, I think, we'll get the report back and we'll see. I just, not to start an argument, but I think Director Robinson said it was Miller who identified it, but in the report it says this issue was identified by staff through increased monitoring of the curbside collection contract. So that's where I got it, that it was staff who identified it, but it's neither here nor there. We'll get the report back and we'll go forward from there. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there everybody clear on the motion? Report. Okay, call the question. All in favor? It's passed. Thank you. 1017 Angeline Street North Sidewalk Extension. Councillor Dunn?
Yeah, I'll give you a motion to receive and then I'll have a follow-up motion. Is the director going to be available for questioning?
The director is Mike Farquhar, I believe, is available
then Mike, yeah, okay, thanks.
For a question. So let's do a receive and then we'll do your follow-up. So motion to receive, seconded by Councillor Yeo. Questions, all in favor? That's passed. Go ahead.
Okay, question through you to Mr. Yeah.
Are you out there, Mr. Farquhar? Can you join us? There he is. Can you hear me okay?
I can.
Okay, we can hear you. Councillor Dunn's got a question, so go ahead, Councillor Dunn.
Okay, there's a couple of questions. In your report, you talk about a concrete or paved sidewalk. The section between Alcorn and Springdale Garden Road or Drive South, the proposal there is, I just don't know what the difference is between the two options you've given me there. Can you explain what the options are?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. If you refer to page 3 of the report, it outlines on a map the sections 1, 2A, 2B, and 3. So what we're recommending for implementation prior to reconstruction of that section of Angeline is section 2A, 2B, and 3. So 2B would be Elkhorn, from Elkhorn north to the north side of Jennings Creek. And this would be implemented through a concrete sidewalk, as that section is currently an urbanized cross-section. 2A would be through a paved adjacent asphalt shoulder adjacent to Angeline that would then take you to the south leg of Springdale Drive, which is that part of the new development. And then internally through section 3, pedestrians could then access Springdale Drive north.
Okay, so the difference in price between the paved shoulder on 2B and a sidewalk, from when I read the report, is $10,000, because one's 45 and the other one's 55, is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, so if you're looking at section 1, that would be an additional 55,000 plus 2A and 2B.
No, right now, okay, right now I'm talking 2A and 2B. We'll talk about section 1 in a couple of seconds, if that's okay. Okay, so 2A and 2B, so we're saying that, I got to get my picture back. The most southerly section, you're proposing that it be a paved sidewalk, or like a real sidewalk. The next part, the 2B, and I can't remember whether A comes before B or B becomes before A, but so the second section, you're proposing a paved shoulder. Now, when I read the report, my understanding is the difference in cost between a paved shoulder and the sidewalk is one's $45,000 and one's $55,000. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so I'm getting section 1 and, sorry, go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, there is a difference in cost between 2A and 2B. The section 2B would be the concrete section of sidewalk that would be proposed to be implemented as it is within an existing urbanized section, so it would be adjacent to that curb and gutter. There are other elements in that cost for 2B. We have to move the existing guide rail, so that's an additional cost in that cost for 2B, as well as excavating for that sidewalk. 2A would be implementing an asphalt paved pathway or shoulder adjacent to Angeline up to the south leg of Springdale Drive. The cost difference, just bear with me for a second, between 2A and 2B, I believe the councillor is correct with that $10,000 difference.
So I think if I'm right, Councillor, that you're wondering why isn't 2A just an extension of the sidewalk? Why are you recommending a paved shoulder for 2A instead of just extending the 2B sidewalk all the way up to the south part of the Springdale Drive there?
That's
That's part of your question.
Yeah, that's pretty close, because I truly don't want to spend money on paving a shoulder when what the need is for a sidewalk. We need separation, like you're at the top end of town here, and yes, the speed limit's 50, and no, nobody ever drives anywhere near 50. They're probably closer to 75, and that's just through personal observation. So what the proposal is to pave the shoulder, and jump in, Mike, if I'm going down the wrong track, but what the proposal is to pave the shoulder so people are, like, why don't we just, can you give me a price of what it would cost?
That is correct. For section 2A, the proposal is to pave the shoulder, and the reason why we didn't take the same approach as we did in 2B is because the section of 2A on Angeline is not a current urbanized section. So to implement a sidewalk within that section, we would have to urbanize it because we don't have the current room as we do in section 2B to put a concrete sidewalk. However, when the reconstruction as attached in the report, the proposed design moves forward, a concrete or urbanized section of sidewalk through 2A up through even section 1 would then take place. So why we propose the paved shoulder is because we didn't want to get into then when the development moves forward, which identified in the report was iBrands, and they have, I believe, submitted an application. Then subsequently the reconstruction of that segment would happen. We would then potentially have to rip out a concrete sidewalk in 2A.
So my understanding is that Runnymede is not scheduled to go ahead anytime in the foreseeable future. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it is my understanding they've submitted an application, a planning application. I'm not too sure on their timing, though.
Okay, because the last time I talked to the engineer about it, we were looking at 10 to 20 years. So, okay, I've got a motion, and I do apologize that I haven't written it down, but I would move that, and Mike, if I go off track, please correct me. I would move that we pave section, or we present to council for consideration in the 2021 budget, a motion to pave section, what is identified as section 2B, and to urbanize and pave the section that's identified as 2A. And I'm going to leave it there because in 2021, I'm going to introduce a motion that we do what's identified as section 1 the same way. So I'm content, I guess, as a motion to get it started anyway, that we urbanize section 2B and we pave, or we make a recommendation for consideration. That'll give engineering an opportunity to cost it out, to figure out the cost of the urbanization of 2A. Because, and if I get a seconder, then I'll speak
So
on it.
sidewalk proposed for 2B and urbanize and a sidewalk for 2A?
That's correct.
Okay. And you don't want to do anything about 1 and 3? I mean, where does that take your sidewalk to? It's just kind of left,
Well, okay, so
it's kind of left hanging.
there's two entrances. That will take me to the southern entrance of Springdale Gardens. Although I completely 100% can't be more emphatic, disagree with the proposed option of 3 so that you walk east to go west. I think that's an argument that we can have a second day or a different day, and we'll do that. But I would rather wait until 2022 to get what's identified as section 1 paved, and at least get us halfway there. So
that these be identified then and brought forward in the 2021 capital budget for consideration by council?
That's
as a
right.
budget decision unit.
And I'll resubmit a memo for what's identified as section 2A next year.
Okay.
Okay.
CAO, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. And maybe just for clarification, I believe your previous resolution that's already approved does exactly that, in my opinion. It says that it received the previous report in June, that staff prepare a report with recommendations to extend the sidewalk right from Angeline Street north, from Alcorn to the entrance of Springdale. So that covers all 3 sections you're talking about. And then the third direction is that the extension of the sidewalk versus paving be included in the 2021 budget as a decision unit. So you're getting supplementary information through this report for information. I would suggest that already gives staff direction to bring as a 2021 decision unit sidewalks, because as the staff member suggested, that requires urbanization, costing, and so on. So I think we've got the direction that we would need for the next budget deliberation.
Yeah, the only thing that confuses me, though, is I think your memo talks about the sidewalk all the way up to the Springdale Gardens. You're only talking about section 2B and 2A. I think your memo included all 3 sections.
It did, and that was my original intention. But what I identify as, there's Springdale Garden Road, which is the old road in the Springdale Gardens, the one up the far north. That's what I call Springdale Garden Road. There's Springdale, what I thought the sign said was Springdale Garden Drive, which is a new name for the other road to the south. They identify it in this report as all being one road. They call it Springdale Garden South and Springdale Garden North. And that's not the way I would, so my original motion takes it up to the northern extent. And as long as we get a price, And I don't mind it pricing it in sections because I have no issue with, once we look at our budget, if we have to do it over 2 years, that for me is better than not doing it at all. So, and I don't want to spend money paving or paving a shoulder because I don't think that's a safe solution. So if my original motion that was passed by council is sufficed, I'll quit talking.
Okay, and you think you're confident that covers it, Ron? Thank you. Okay. And then if, Mike, if you can just make a note to when it comes forward to budget, maybe just piece it out budget-wise in sections, and then council can make a decision if they choose not to do all of it. Is that okay?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we can do that.
Thank you. You're okay with that, Councillor Dunn? Okay, so we'll just stay with the motion to receive and we'll leave it at that. Okay, thank you. Memo 1021, memo for the Economic Recovery Task Force is my memo. Let me just find it here. So the motion is that it be received and that council turn all of the Kawartha Lake Strategic CIP programs so that staff can promote the priority programs that align with recovery initiatives as needed, and that staff work towards restructuring the program for a fall intake and report back to council on the program uptake. I was going to get some information on the CIP and what programs are available, but there's a whole slew of them, and council has to turn them on and off. So what this is recommending is that council turn them all on, and staff will only utilize the ones that they need and feel without having to come to council within the existing budget, and won't have to keep coming back to council to turn a specific program on if something happens to be needed for a recovery. And that's really what it is. And I wanted to include the surveys that went out. There was a lot of work from the community groups that went into 10 different groups that they promoted with or consulted with. And I just wanted to put it there because, you know, some of the recommendations didn't get a lot of discussion, but retail, construction, manufacturing, agriculture, you know, a lot of people took a lot of time to sort of give their input, and I thought we should bring it forward to council so that at least you're seeing everybody and what some of their recommendations are. So that's the recommendation on the memo, if council's okay with it. Councillor Dunn, you'll move that. Thank you. Second, Councillor O'Reilly. Any further? Yeah, go ahead.
Just for information's sake, because of the other task force, what's the other one called? There, yeah, I've already spoken with Director Shanks, and he is putting together an overview for our task force as far as what funding may be available, and he's also going to be talking in that report about potential usages of, or what changes we would need to make to be able to use some of the chest funds if in fact we need it. So he is actually putting that report together too, so we're covered.
So that covers the second memo. Yeah, we're good. Okay, so that's the original memo on the first one. We have a mover and a second. Any questions? All in favor? That's passed. Thank you. The second memo, 1022, is the Community Pandemic Task Force that Councillor Dunn's talking about. It's just a quick update from the director, and it's really just to be received for information purposes. So I didn't know, you'll move that, Councillor Elmsley. Second, who else is on the task force? Councillor Dunn. Is there any councillors that are on it? Do you want to add anything to the update? I think you've given us for the next one, but.
We have a meeting coming up on the 5th. We've struck two working groups. One is identifying the needs of the various organizations. I guess the biggest step we had to make was is identifying the organizations and then identifying their needs, because it's not just what we refer to as the typical social services. There's organizations like Legions and Boy Scouts and those types of organizations that have also been negatively impacted. So we wanted to identify all the groups, and we want to identify what needs they have, if any. And we're going to have our next meeting, I think it's on the 4th or the 5th of August. 5th? Yeah. So it's coming shortly. And
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore, did you have a question?
Question to yourself. Just wondering why we don't put the minutes of both of the task forces onto the council agenda, because you know these are really important task forces, and they're on the website, but you know they're not. I think if we think they're really important, which they are, they should really come, and the minutes should be received at least in our agendas. Like,
Yeah, we don't, I'll just ask the clerk, we don't receive minutes from committees and task force anymore at council. We used to at one point, but I don't think we do. That's why we're trying to bring a memo forward at every council meeting just to keep you updated on what the progress is. You're right, the memos are received, they're posted on the website, but sometimes the minutes don't even give you as much of a background information as the memos do. So we're trying to get a memo from each task force at each council meeting just to provide that same update. So, all righty. Any other questions on receiving? All in favor? That's passed. Thank you. We've got some memos to go through. Do you just want to keep going? You don't need a break, right? I don't think these memos will be too long. We good? Okay. Everybody's nodding or sleeping. Okay, 10.4.1, memorandum regarding traffic control at Wellington Street and Victoria Avenue. Is Councillor Dunn? The motion is that it be received and that staff be directed to conduct a traffic control study at the intersection of Wellington and Victoria, Lindsay, and report their findings to council by the end of Q2 2021. You move that, Councillor Dunn. Seconded by Councillor Yeo. Do you want to speak to it, Councillor Dunn? Go ahead.
Just a very quick comment. We've been in touch. We've talked engineering with the reduction in staff and the other pressures they're currently under. They asked us to move it to Q2 of 2021, but they're quite comfortable doing the report.
Thank you. Councillor Vail.
Just wondering if Councillor Dunn would entertain a friendly on that. There's another memo coming forward after this one on speed. And I think all of us are facing the same thing. We're getting tons of phone calls in all our wards about speed, and we've already had that discussion about reducing speed limits in some of the smaller rural communities. And this isn't news. This keeps coming up. Like, we've dealt with speed bumps on Victoria Avenue and put them in and taken them out and everything else. And I'm just wondering if we're going to look at something. Can part of that report be something of more of a permanent nature that's actually going to fix the issue, right? I believe that it's all enforcement, right? And I believe that, you know, we don't have the manpower for a police officer to stand, you know, at the corner, be at the corner in Little Britain and the corner at Cambrai and the corner in Woodville and the corner in Oakwood and everything, nabbing speeders, nor do I believe that that's, you know, that we want them to be doing that all the time. Other municipalities are making a move with photo radar in certain areas or controlled areas, such as Durham Region is already moving to that movie, and I'm wondering whether we shouldn't be looking at a report that looks at that, which I believe will actually fix the issue, right? If somebody's going to get a ticket and get a ticket every time they go through that area, they're going to stop speeding.
Can I suggest, Councillor, that perhaps ask Councillor Ashmore on the next memo, which deals more with speeding? This one is really just at a particular intersection. If you add it to Councillor Ashmore memos, the next one about a speed reduction, and that, you know, maybe some follow-up regarding where you're going might be more appropriate for the next memo. Okay? We'll stay with the recommendation. Is everybody clear on the first memo? Call the question. All in favor? That's passed. Thank you. 10.4.2 is the memorandum regarding speed reduction for sections of King Wharf Road and Scotchline Road. The motion that it be received and that staff prepare a report regarding these two roads in order to determine if they meet the requirements for a speed reduction to 60 kilometers an hour, and that their findings come back by end of Q2 2021, same as Councillor Dunn. So, Councillor Ashmore, you'll move that?
Yeah, just a clarification there. They're on these roads, there's certain sections of them, not all of them. Like, not all of Kings Wharf Road, not all of Scotchline Road. In my memo, I had the sections, but it's okay. I think you just mentioned the whole road itself.
Well, I'm just reading the motion we have here. Let me find your memo.
Rationale, Kings Wharf Road between Heights Road and Sturgeon, and Scotch Line between County Road 24 and Highway 36. It's in the rationale, so
I know, but it's your memo. I'm just reading what
Yes.
your memo said. It said regarding speed reductions on Kings Wharf Road and Scotch Line Road. So if you want to change it to Kings Wharf Road from Heights Road to Sturgeon Road and Scotch Line Road from Highway 36 to County Road 24, that a speed reduction be determined, then let's add that to the motion.
I better correct that. That was
Okay.
my mistake, but
Okay.
thanks for pointing that out.
So you okay with that, Madam Clerk? We'll just be more specific on it. And, okay, so you'll move that. Seconder, Councillor Seymour Fagan. Do you want to add anything or see if they'll add anything to it, Councillor Vale, or do you want to bring something forward in a separate memo? It might be cleaner in a separate memo.
I won't muddy the waters. I'll bring
Okay.
forward a separate memo.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore, do you want to speak to it?
No, I just think that, we'll give staff time to look at this, and to me, a sign is much cheaper than a speed camera or a black box, I think they're called, the OPP have them, but, I mean, they're all good, but this is certainly a step in the direction that, which will be fine, so I'm happy with that.
Okay, Councillor Seymour Fagan.
Yes, I live on Scotch Line, and actually it's 50 from, yeah, probably. Yeah, so it's actually 50, I think, from Beatty's Road to 24. So it's like from Beatty's to 36 is what they need to look at. I didn't know it was 80. I had no idea. Okay,
Yeah,
thank
I'll
you.
correct that, that's right. So it's from, on Scotch Line Road, from Beatty's Road to Highway 36, to go from 80 to 60. Beatty's Road? Yeah, Beatty, like Beatty, to Highway 36. Because from Beatty's Road north to County Road 24, it is 50. There is a sign that says 50, so.
We passed a motion about signs with speed reduction. Do we know when they're going to be rolled out?
We do. It was delayed with everything going on this
No, I
spring,
realize-
but I think they're starting it this fall, but I don't know who. Do you have any information on that, Ron?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm top of mind, I think we were going to initiate this year. It was a multi-year program, I think 3 years. We'll start later in the fall and then continue on for subsequent years.
Councillor Dunn?
Yeah, the way I remember the budget, the first area to implement is the northern communities. Second area is the southern communities, and then the major urban centers are being done in the third year. That's the way it was being
It
rolled
just
out.
got, I think they wanted to start a little earlier in the
Yeah.
year, but it got pushed back
Yeah.
a little bit
Yeah.
to the fall, so. Thank you. Okay, everybody's clear on Councillor Ashmore's memo? Call the question, all in favor? That's passed, thank you. Next memo is regarding, you're gonna get me started on this one, Councillor, getting the release of Cold Lake, Alberta's council opposition of federal government firearm ban before that the memorandum be received for information purposes only. So that's the motion. So you'll move that, Councillor Ashmore?
Yeah, just-
Okay, let me get a seconder, just to receive. Councillor Dunn will second it, go ahead.
Just to receive, I don't want any discussion, I would appreciate if the memo was received, that's it.
Councillor Dunn, do you want to speak to it? No?
No, I believe in keeping separation between the various forms. I mean, I really agree with the memo, but it's
Not our jurisdiction.
It's not our
but
jurisdiction.
Just to be received for information, so. Call the question, all in favor? That's passed, thank you. Councillor Ashmore has a memo, 1044, memorandum regarding road resurfacing in Victoria Place. The memo regarding correspondence and a petition from residents of Victoria Place related to road reconstruction be received, and the staff be asked to consider Victoria Place in the 5-year roads plan. You'll move that? Okay, seconder, Councillor Yeo, do you want to speak to it?
Sure, thanks. Yeah, I just wanted to put this forward. This is, I'm quite this petition is pretty impressive with the amount here. I think there's 125 names on this, but there's probably about 150 on it now. But anyways, the point's been made. And this is a community of 215 homes, and they're just asking for to be included in the 5-year plan. Now, I want to make note that they are very appreciative that we are going to be doing a section of the road of the Old Surrey Lane from Pigeon Lake Road to the clubhouse. That's going to be done this fall, and they're quite appreciative of that. So that's a great start. So
Thank you.
that's all I was asking.
Okay. Do we know when the next update to the 5-year roads plan is, Brian? That's not really you're more engineering, eh? Is Mike Farquhar still? Would he still be? There he is. Mike, when's the next update to the 5-year roads plan? I'm just wondering if, just to give some kind of time frame on Councillor Ashmore's report.
So the last through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So the last update was, I believe, February of 2020 that we did. We had a report that came forward to council updating that current plan to 2022, I believe. So now we do revise or look at individually on each budget year what we're proposing for that year, and then bring forward if there's any other immediate priorities. But outside of that section of Old Slurry that was described as being done for this year, we're not currently proposing anything in the 5-year within the Victoria Place.
Up until 2022. Is that when the current plan expires?
That's when the current plan would expire, unless there's a request for us to update it again prior to that.
I think what the councillor's asking is that with the next update that it be considered as part of that plan. So if you're clear on that, then you're good with that, Councillor Ashmore? Okay, everybody good? Call the question, all in favor? That's passed, thank you. Memorandum regarding Thurstonia, thanks Mike, appreciate that. Memorandum regarding Thurstonia and Cedar Glen dock policy, that the memorandum be received, that staff resume assigning leases to unclaimed or vacant lease spaces in Thurstonia, and that staff consider a similar system for Cedar Glen waterfront in order to provide a fair and equitable system of allocating dock space. I've got a few issues with this memo, but is that the memo that you're moving?
If I can speak
Okay,
to it, just
if you get a seconder. Seconder, Councillor O'Reilly for discussion. Go ahead.
So I put them into the two areas into one memo, kind of streamlined it. The dock policy is there, and people are working with what the rules that they have, and there's no issue with that. I have no issue with this. It's done, and they're working with what the present policy is. The thing is that there's probably around 25 dock spaces that are empty now, and so basically you've got 20 to 25 mini parkettes all the way along the shoreline, and you have a group of people who live in Thurstonia who have been in a queue. They've been on a list waiting to pay their lease, to pay their insurance, and apply for a dock space, a lease, but they can't because we haven't given staff authority to start the process again. So that's all I was asking on that.
Okay, well, a couple of things. I know, and Robin, if maybe Robin's on the line and she can, there she is. Hello, Robin. So I know staff are working on a citywide policy for assigning leases or vacant leases, and you're asking that one specific policy be put in place for Thurstonia. Now, Robin was pretty specific about doing it piecemeal is not really how we want to do this. We want to do this on a citywide. It has been delayed because of what went on in the spring, but I think that's coming forward. Is that next year, Robin? Is that correct, just on the Thurstonia dock spaces?
That's correct. The Realty Services Division intended to bring forward a plan to council for its consideration dealing with all of the dock spaces, including Cedar Glen, in 2020 originally, but with the pandemic, we've had to push that out a year, and so we'll be looking at 2021. Specifically with Thurstonia, I can advise that although there appear to be a few more spaces, the majority of those spaces have actually been purchased as green spaces by people, And some people have indicated that they've purchased a space with the intent to perhaps build in the future. There are perhaps about 7 spaces that could be considered available, but we would still need to look at those spaces to determine if it would make sense to have a dock at that location. In a lot of the locations where we've had to have docks removed, there's been overcrowding or interference with city infrastructure, such as culverts or the stairs interfering with the traveled road. I would note that there is Hazel Street reconstruction in the roads plan. And we were hoping that at that time, which falls within the current 5-year term that the licenses in Thurstonia are experiencing, so within their 5-year term, that we would be looking at the area with engineering to see if we can accommodate the current docks or if some of those docks might be impacted by road work. So it was the idea that we would look at this area with a view not to impacting improvements to the road, understanding that residents in the area have been concerned with the lack of sidewalks and things like that. And then also making this area work and work for the majority of the residents there. So the concern with piecemealing this approach is, for example, you might find a dock placement and the person is very far away from their dock. Well, we've noticed that there's a lot of concerns around parking. So we'd hate to instigate a situation where a person would have to drive to their dock because of the distance. And there have been complaints about that. So we'd be looking at where are the spots that would make sense to have docks and how can we get those closest to where the people are.
And Robin, would that policy, citywide docking policy, would that come forward next year before dock season? Is that realistic? Is that the goal?
I don't know if I specifically thought about before dock season, but if that is, yeah, that might be a little tight, but we could we could try it.
Okay, just a question. I was just asking. You said next year, so next year's a long year. Is it the beginning of the year or the end of the year? So obviously there's not a lot of requests for docks in October, November, and December. So I thought I would ask. So the other question I have on the memo is I've seen in some correspondence, Cedar Glen, that was not our property. So really now you're saying that'll be part of the dock policy coming forward, even though it's not our property to assign. Can you clarify that?
Certainly. So Cedar Glen, we've had a lot of complaints with Cedar Glen with dock overcrowding, people arguing over dock space. And so it has been on our radar to look at creating a similar system to improve matters at that location. However, we realized that there was an issue with title to the road allowance. And so we have been trying to get it into our title in order to do licensing. The registrar has just turned us down in our application for ownership of the road. So I'm going to have to circle back and think if there's anything more we can do. But at this point, we have been unsuccessful in obtaining ownership of the road. If we are successful in the future with obtaining the title to the road, then we can proceed with a docking plan for that area.
Okay, thank you. So based on those comments, I'm not going to be able to support your memo. I think it's premature. I think we're better to wait for a citywide system and hope Robin can, get that forward as fast as possible based on their workload. But I'm not going to be able to support your memo at this time. But do you have any questions for?
If
Go
I
ahead.
could just sort of do one at a time. So Thurstonia, there's a couple things here that this is new to me now. Sidewalks, they don't want sidewalks. We don't need sidewalks there. And now I hear that there's been parcels that have been sold. Is that correct? Through you to Robin?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. I should have clarified leased out. So just like everybody else, they're on the 5-year lease term, but for spots that are actually vacant right now.
So the people who are on a list and they've been patiently waiting for 3 years to get to get a dock space and willing to pay the money to do it, are we going to, like, what I'm trying to say is that we're biting off more than what we can chew here. Like, we've already got one big policy here that we're dealing with, but now we're talking about doing the whole city. I mean, why can't we just do one place at a time and get it right instead of doing the whole city? I mean, that's going to be a mammoth task and costly and take a lot of time.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, the residents in Thurstonia did express to me that it was unfair for them to be singled out for docking when others aren't. And I think that's a very fair concern. It had always been our intention to roll out the encroachment bylaw and the docking policy citywide. And at the time of the passing of the encroachment policy, which sets up sort of the umbrella policy for, or bylaw rather, for the docking policy, I had indicated to council that it was my intention to bring forward a citywide plan in 2020 and then roll that out over the course of many years to get everybody onto the same system. So this would not obviously apply for places where we don't have traveled roads, but where we have traveled roads, and on the other side of that traveled road are docks.
And so we'll leave Thurstonia there. So the next thing is Cedar Glen, which is just next to Thurstonia. It's to the west of it, and sorry, to the east, right beside it. So we have a situation there where we have a road allowance, and the city is assuming it because they're snow plowing it, they're maintaining it. We've got a major parking issue because people are parking right on the road there. But there's 66 feet, which is a chain. If you remember your imperial system, it's 22 yards, which is 20 meters, 66 feet. It's a road allowance, and I measured it myself yesterday. So I've got all these emails from people who live down there or who own properties, and also I've been given proof from deeds. I have maps, and I can give them to you there, but I have quite a bit of proof here, so for legal to look at. I think there's a liability issue here, like in Cedar Glen, because we have people that are parking out on the road, and not just that, but the most important issue is they're building structures right on the road allowance, and it's just getting out of hand. Like, it's just, there needs to be some sort of set of rules similar to what we have in Thurstonia. I'm not going to say it's going to be modeled 100% after Thurstonia, but we need to have some set of rules in Cedar Glen, and that's all I was asking for, if we could look into that.
Robin?
And we absolutely are. We have been looking to acquire the legal title, and we will continue to pursue those efforts with the Land Registry Office to get legal title.
So all I could ask for is there a time frame when this could be done by, say, second quarter next year or something like that? Or, I mean,
well, you have a memo that you're asking that a policy be put in place for Thurstonia and Cedar Glen docks. So your memo here says that staff resume assigning leases to unclaimed or vacant lease spaces in Thurstonia. So Robin's telling you they're working on a citywide policy. They don't want to do it piecemeal, which makes sense. And that there's some issue with the title for Cedar Glen, so we can't really put any dock policy in place for Cedar Glen until we have the title cleared up.
Right.
And so I'm not sure what you're asking for a time frame on.
Thurstonia has already been surveyed, so we know exactly, it's all surveyed. Cedar Glen hasn't been surveyed, so it's just like a fresh new place to try and sort the mess out. So, what I'm asking for is that you've got, I thought there was 30 or 25, but there's, I guess, heard 7 empty spots, but there's people who are waiting to get a dock space, and they're willing to pay the money and, do their thing and cooperate. But they've been waiting for 3 years and they can't get on the list. But I know we talked about this a year ago, but I know things happen a lot different from what we had a year ago, workload and everything, circumstances, but we just need to sort of get this on the radar in the next year and get it finished at Thurstonia and look at Cedar Glen and try and, first of all, find out you know, who owns title to the,
Well, I think what you're hearing from Robin, if Robin's there, correct me, but they are working on it. They're working on the policy and they're working on sorting out the title, because it can't be cleaned up till we have title to the road allowance. So they're working through it, but that's not what your memo's asking. It's asking that specific things be done. So that's why I'm saying I can't support your memo. So that's your memo that's on the floor. You seconded it, Councillor O'Reilly. Do you have a question, Councillor Yeo?
Yeah, I just want to know who owns the road allowance in Cedar Glen. Provincial, I take it? She said the registrar denied it?
I don't know. Who owns the road allowance, Robin, at Cedar Glen?
So the road allowance was set out as a 66-foot wide road allowance in the survey by the developer. It was never dedicated to the city as a road, and therefore the Land Registry Office has denied our application for ownership. However, because of the way it's set out in the survey, we're going to have further discussions with the registrar about that, because it should be into city ownership, not into the deceased developer's name still.
Okay, any further questions on the memo? Do you want to sum up?
no, that's fine. I appreciate looking into it, and that's all I'm asking for. If this doesn't fly, that's, at least I got it on the table, so.
Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor? Motion fails. Let's just get a motion then that the memo from Councillor Ron Ashmore regarding Thurstonian Cedar Glen docks be received. Then at least it's on the record, okay? So you'll move that, seconded by Councillor Yeo. All in favor? Passed. Thanks. Robin's gone. Thank you, Robin. Okay, 1046 is a memorandum regarding traffic control at Clifton Street and Kennedy Street in Fenelon Falls. Regarding from Councillor Elmsley, that the memorandum be received. Intersection of Kennedy Drive and Clifton Street, Fenelon Falls be received. Three-way stop. And that staff be instructed to erect a three-way stop at the intersection of Kennedy Drive and Clifton Street. You'll move that?
Yes, I will.
Somebody want to second that? Councillor Yeo. Go ahead, Councillor Elmsley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council may recall that this came forward probably, a year or 2 years ago. And we asked staff to look into whether it was feasible to do a three-way stop. They had warrants done. They came back and said that the warrants showed that it didn't qualify for a three-way stop. As to give something to the neighborhood, we lowered the speed limit to 40. That really hasn't done the trick. And if anybody's been along Clifton Street, the lines that are painted on the road haven't been upgraded as of yet, so they're very faint. And there's supposed to be a strip where people can walk because there's no sidewalk there. It's also an area where the school buses stop, and there are a number of children on that road and a number of elderly people who do walk. What happens, particularly on the weekends, is that people use Clifton Street as a shortcut to get through Fenelon. Instead of following 121 around and stopping at the corner of Francis Street, they go up Clifton Street and they go down Francis Street to turn at the lights, thinking that they'll get ahead of most of the traffic. That creates a problem because you increase the traffic on Clifton Street, which is a residential street, and at the same time, they do not pay attention to the speed. The OPP has been called numerous times and have responded numerous times to Clifton Street. So, it adds on to our calls for the OPP. And at the last CPAC meeting, I talked to them and I asked them for their opinion on Clifton Street, and they said, yeah, they know that there is speeding going on there, but they can't be there all the time, and they can't be there every Sunday or every holiday Monday. So I asked them what they thought about if we created a three-way stop at Clifton Street, and they said, well, we wouldn't ask for it, but it really wouldn't upset us if it became a three-way stop. Now, I've had discussions with engineering department, Mr. Rojas, and his opinion is, of course, that stop signs do not slow down traffic. My opinion is, no, they stop traffic. And that's what we're trying to do, is to get the traffic. They will have to slow down to the stop sign, then they will have to go past the stop sign. And I think it will make that intersection far safer. It'll make the whole road safer. So rather than go back and ask for a staff report, which will come back and say the warrants don't show it, I know that there have been a number of close calls on that street, and therefore I'm asking that council instructs staff to create a three-way stop as soon as possible at the corner of Clifton and Kennedy Drive. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Yeo, you seconded it. Do you want to speak to it? No. Did the speed bumps, temporary speed bumps that were part of that tried solution, did they not work, or they worked until they were taken away?
They worked somewhat, but they were taken away after 1 year. We didn't have the full 3-year trial.
They're probably sitting in a warehouse somewhere, so, not your, I know, you're off the hook. Okay, any questions, comments? Call the question. All in favor? That's passed. Okay. That's our memos, petitions, bylaws. Councillor O'Reilly?
Mr. Mayor, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Ashmore, that the bylaws shown in section 13.1 of the agenda, namely items 13.1.1 and including 13.1.14, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, numbered, and signed, the corporate seal attached.
Sorry, let me assuming there's no extractions from the bylaws. I didn't ask, but there isn't, so. Sorry, who seconded that?
Councillor Ashmore.
Councillor Ashmore, call the question. All in favor? That's passed. Thank you. We need to go into closed. I need an adoption of the closed session agenda, please. Councillor Yeo and Dunn. All in favor? That's passed. Any disclosure of pecuniary interest in closed session items? Councillor Vale, you want to bring something to our attention?
I'd just like to reserve the right to declare a conflict. I don't have the number in front of me. If it arises, it just comes up as information purposes, but if it turns into a discussion, I'll declare a conflict and excuse myself.
15.3.3.
15.3.3.
If necessary. Okay, good enough. Other than that, nothing. I need a motion to move into closed. Councillor Yeo and Elmsley, all in favor? That's passed. So let's take a few minutes and shut everything off, and then we'll come back and deal with closed.